Star fam, how are we doing? Thank you all so much for joining me. Happy Friday, y'all. We made it to Friday. God is good. God is good. How are you all doing? So, we have a lot to get through today. A lot to get through. I was going to actually break this up, but I feel like if I broke this stuff up and did half now and half next week, more stuff is going to happen by now because this summer house fiasco, I think, is just going to get bigger and bigger. There might be some firings coming up. It's just a lot happening. So we need to get ahead of all of this stuff because I feel like next week is going to be a massacre. So we're getting ahead of these things now. So the first thing I am going to start off with is the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. That recap, let's get that out the way. So the season finale was a blah. The reunion, this is the first part of the reunion, so we'll see. I mean, I wasn't really impressed. I think the second part is normally the best part. The third part is never worth it. I always feel like sometimes these reunions could be an email, but we will see. I honestly feel like this show cannot survive without a shakeup. This cast is just not casting. It's not working. They're not interesting. Kyle needs to go. It's time for her to pack it up. No shade. I never want to take a check out of another woman's hands. But she says that she's in a great financial situation, so she can miss this check. She's not delivering. And they want to congratulate her for being, the longest running housewife. But it doesn't matter if you're not giving anything. This woman is in an estranged marriage. Her husband is, dipping his dingling in anything that has an entrance. Oh. She's also supposedly a lesbian. Like, what's happening? Why don't we see these things? We find out all her stuff about her life on the blogs and things of that nature. Like, she still had yet to confirm that she was with this woman, but she was in a whole music video with her playing her love interest. It's like the way that she is able to skate by not giving us nothing is ridiculous. They have to actually pack her up. I feel like they can, create the show around Rachel Zoe because I feel like she has a much more interesting friend group that is actually people that we want to see and that are people who would be okay with being on television. Within her first, episode, we was meeting Donna Karan, you know what I mean? And Donna Karan wanted to be on camera. So I think that's where the show needs to go because it's just not giving. And especially when you have a newbie show like Rhode Island delivering and giving us the nostalgia. Even I feel like Atlanta, especially with the addition of K. Michelle, is really doing a little something. I don't think these housewives can skate by anymore. I really, 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 really don't. Anyway, let's get into the reunion. Dorit ate when she told Kyle, you don't say nothing about your life. Kyle is over here trying to drag her, and Dorit is like, listen, I done told y'all everything. We know nothing about Kyle. That's the dig at Andy in production. Because it's very true. What did we learn about Kyle this season? Exactly. I did, however, notice that Bose was not defending Dorit like she used to. I think Bose is realizing that her defense of Dorit, who is currently on an out with two senior members of the show, is just not going to work in her favor. So I feel like she's starting to pull back and try to be Switzerland, but I think you can't be hot and cold with Dorit. I think with her depending on Bose to be not just her guard dog, but also her therapist, she's not going to be able to pull back from her when she went so strong. Like, remember when Bose came on the show, Bose was just like, I'm going to be your best friend by any means necessary, even if that means I got to take out the other black girl, which she did. Now that Bose is starting to realize that being friends with Dorit is putting her in a position where Kyle is going to make her a target, Erica's going to make her a target, and the rest of the women are never going to rock with her. So I think she's starting to look at the situation and she's trying to pull back because Dorit was looking at her a lot during the reunion. It's just like Bose is just like, oh, I didn't hear that. Oh, I wasn't listening. Oh, I don't think the question was directed towards me. That's not going to be able to hold up for her much longer. Dorit is going to demand protection like she has been given. Don't introduce her to emotion you can't maintain because you showed up as this guard dog. You showed up as this huge ally for her. You were in her marriage, in her business, stalking her husband. doing all this stuff for her. Now you're trying to pull back because you've seen that she is isolating herself and putting herself in a position where she could be moved from the show. So now you're trying to be Switzerland. I don't know if that's going to work for you. I don't know if that is going to work for you. So there's this Chanel purse moment where the cast is on a break, and Erica looks over to Dorit, and she's just like, "Oh, Dorit, is that the Chanel like makeup clutch that I got you?" And Dorit is just like, "Oh yeah, this is the clutch that you got me." And she was just like, "I've been holding," she was like, "I have it because this shows how much that I love you." And Erica goes, "I know." Well, here's the thing. Why are you mad at her? Like, I just did not understand, because at one point Erica was talking about how much she loved her and how they're such great friends and she doesn't know where they go from here. And then Dorit is just like, "Well, we've been friends for 10 years. And Erica's like, 9. Like, what is it? She's so hot and cold with her. It's like one moment you're talking about how you guys are really good friends and you're in a really weird place and you don't know how to fix it and you love your friend. And then the next minute you're being so nasty to her. I get you didn't like how she talked to you, but then you're also talking about how you want this to work. It cannot work if y'all are both being nasty to each other. But I didn't think that Dorit was being nasty to her in that moment. And Erica, you approached her with that comment. And that comment was a dig. That comment was you pointing out the fact that something that she's using, something designer that she is using, she has that because of you. So you were doing it to take a dig out of her, at her. She replied saying, "I carry this because I love you," and then you spew venom at her. What is going on? Like, it's obvious that Erica is becoming Kyle's flunky. So here's the thing. If you're going to become Kyle's bows, then that's what you need to do. You just need to stay there. And you just need to, when Kyle tells you to jump, you stay how high, right? You go after the target she wants you to go after. Don't sit there and tear Dorit down with Kyle and then say that that's your sister and you love her and you have this good friendship, because you're just not showing it. Well, for me, I feel like she's not showing that she wants this relationship to be repaired, because in one moment she's saying these great things about Dorit and how she wants to fix the relationship. The next moment she's dragging this woman for filth. Dragging this moment. There's this moment where Dorit and Kyle are going back and forth, and Dorit is just like, "If you are my friend, you weren't showing up for me as a friend. You know that I'm going through a divorce. So why are you on camera talking about how I'm being financially irresponsible and I'm not being a good mom? You know that that is not going to be helpful to me. And every time you are speaking on camera about my marriage, you're speaking in favor of somebody that I'm going against in court. And you know that does not help me. So as a friend and as a woman, why are you even doing these things? Like, why are you trying to say that I'm financially irresponsible? Every time you're talking about me on camera, you're talking about how financially irresponsible I am." And Kyle's just like, "Well, I'm just concerned for you because of your financial situation." And Dorita's like, "What is my financial situation?" And Erica goes, "Well, the home is in foreclosure." How do you want to be this lady's friend? It's not making sense. Her and Kyle were talking. You had to throw in her home being foreclosed? It's so weird. And then Kyle jumps in and says, "Well, I don't have your financial situation." How do y'all want to be this lady's friend? How did Kyle expect Dorit to want to be her friend when she told her to her face that they weren't friends? Telling her that they were just co-workers. She didn't really know her like that. She just invited her someplace. And then you want her to be like this loyal friend. I feel like Erica and Kyle are so weird with Dorit. It's like they call her friend, they call her sister, they treat her like an enemy. It's very weird. But Dorit is supposed to take all of that garbage that they're giving her, throw it away, act like it doesn't exist, and grovel to be their friend. What's happening here? You both have to do something. Everybody has to apologize. Everybody has to stop saying nasty things and taking shots at each other. And if you two ladies are in a much better position, then you are going to have to be the ones to put your stuff aside to come together for your friend. Because Erica, when you are going back to court for that $25 million case, you're going to want the same help. When Maurizio wants to stop having Kyle as his ball and chain to be like, listen, let's figure this out. Let's wrap this up. I want to be free. Y'all gonna have to be there for Kyle. So y'all either got to fix this sisterhood or just remain enemies. I don't know if that's going to work, because no shade, even though Dorit is going through a lot and everybody is not being as understanding as they want others to be for their situation, her popping off at everybody, it just doesn't work, right? Dorit is just lashing out at everybody. And the thing about it is, I can't really fault her, because that behavior was not only encouraged, it was able to blossom in that environment, because the behavior that she is now exuding to everyone in the group, she was doing it to a Black woman, Garcelle. And everybody was fine with that, because they felt like that Black woman deserved that brutality. But now when it's them, it's too much. They can't take it. You created that monster though, ladies. And now y'all want to play victim. It doesn't quite make sense. Sutton constantly running after Dorit. Well, why don't you like me? She told you that she didn't like you and she apologized. It's not enough. You want her to apologize to you a certain way. She's not going to give that, because that's who Dorit is. She's been allowed to be nasty. She's been allowed to treat people like they are beneath her. Y'all rallied behind her when she did it. You supported her when she did it, because it was going after someone, because that behavior was directed towards somebody you did not want on the show. Now that she does not have that target, she has you now. And now y'all want to make her the bad guy. You cannot do that, because we watched you create that monster. We watched you egg her on. We watched you applaud her, and we watched you help her tie the noose around Garcelle's neck. So you now can't sit there and act like you're some victim, because now the oppressors are turning against each other. You cannot do that. And that is why Dorit is the way that she is. Moving on. And I apologize if my analogy was a little too harsh. I hope it wasn't too. I really can't. Was that a little too harsh? I can find another analogy. Please forgive me, because I'm thinking about that. I'm like, oh, I should have used another analogy. We watched you all applaud Garcelle when she was applaud Dorit when she was burying Garcelle. Is that a better analogy? I hope so. I meant it to be harsh, but I was just like, this is Housewives. I could chill a bit. I'm still Team Amanda. Like, not Team Amanda, like I like her and I want her to be, like if she's not on this show, I'll boycott. Not like that, but it's just obvious they don't like her because she's younger than them. Like, it's just the old broads ganging up on the younger girl, because she's not doing anything that they have not been doing, right? It's, oh, you're all about designer. Erica, when you first came on the show, or even now, the reason why you're not doing what you were doing now is because you can't afford to do it. But it was designer everything. You were the one who really introduced on this show the real full glam. You were wearing the most extravagant pieces, walking onto set saying, oh, Chanel, Gucci, Prada. You sounded like Little Kim when you first came on the show. Jennifer Tilly does it all the time. Nobody has an issue with it. But Amanda, who, let's be real, looks like she dresses from a Spiegel's, looks like she gets her outfit from a Spiegel's catalog. So it's not like she's killing it in the fashions, but y'all just have a problem with her saying these things. Y'all just have a problem with her mentioning that she has these items. I don't think you do. You have a problem because she's younger than you, and she did not have to acquire those things the way you did. She didn't have to acquire this lifestyle the way you acquired the lifestyle. And that's all that's happening here. So I haven't even had time really watching this show to really dislike Amanda. But even I don't feel like they're giving me anything. Oh, Amanda's scamming. Oh, okay. Who on the show isn't scamming? When Dorit was scamming, y'all loved it. Now that y'all don't like her, it's a problem. Like, who on the show isn't scamming? Why is I feel like the only person who's not really scamming is Rachel Zoe. Sutton in that shop, no shade. Sutton is giving money laundering because what are you selling? Nobody is buying them Polly Pocket Capris. So it's just like I don't see how this girl is such a villain that all of them are just like on her. And here's the thing. I feel like Amanda is going to be Bose's downfall because the only time I read about or see Bose in my timeline is when they are dragging her for being mean to Amanda. You might not be Black American Bose, but you are still considered Black in America. You may think you're better. You may think you'll get special treatment. You will not. They are treating you just like they treat us. And I don't know why at your big age, you still do not know that. And the way she was going after Amanda on this reunion, the way she was yelling at her, I was just like, that's not going to work out for you. And I think she has this confidence to go after her the way that she is going after her because Dorit and the rest of the ladies is putting a battery in her back because they currently don't like Amanda. But at the beginning, middle, and end of the day, they are all still white. And they're going to ride with her forever before they ever decide to ride for you. So I don't know when them tables going to turn, but I know they're going to turn. And sister, you did it to yourself. That's all I have to say about the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. What do you guys have to say? I want to put on my timer for about 10 minutes. And then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of the life. Hey, Coco, thank you so much. Coco gave your girl a super chat. Coco said, please note there is an Amanda and a cow on both Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and Summer House. Also, oh, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. Also, whenever you get there tonight, Summer House expert reporting for duty. I'm so excited you're getting into it. The Star family is forcing me into this. So what I'll do when I get to the Summer House segment, if when I'm done, I'll just call you up and you just, spew what you got. Thank you so much for the super chat. Magic says, yes, I am set for the Summer House discussion. Thank you so much for being here. Niche says, hey, everyone, thank you all for your thoughts and prayers. It works. Amen. I got the transfer. I start Tuesday. Amen, Niche. Congrats. Happy Friday, El Boogie. El Boogie says, happy Friday, magical, beautiful black peoples. That's right. And Christina. Eva Ripley said, hey, Nikki. Hey, Star fam. Happy Friday. We made it to the weekend. Can y'all believe that leak? Somebody lost their job today. Bravo was not playing with that. I was like, woof. It's getting real serious in them streets, child. Spency said, hey, Nikki and Star fam. The interview was so great yesterday. Oh, thank you so much. I'm worried about Drew and her kids, plus Sierra and Mia cleared Amanda and the leaked audio. Listen, all I have to say is that reunion is going to be very interesting. Cameron said, hey, Nikki, hey, Star fam, I'm here. Kenya got put out. I know. So Steph said, hello, Nikki. I just sent you something on IG regarding Drew and Ralph. Let's bring it up. Oh, yes, I have that. We're going to talk about that. Thank you so much, Steph. El Boogie said, hey, Nikki, my flabber is fully gassed from yesterday's interview. Oh, thank you so much. You guys, did you ever DM her and figure out if you guys knew each other? Let me know. Hey, Alana. Alana said, you're right on time. On my way to Florida for my graduation. I need something to watch. Congrats, Alana. Look at us. We're so sophisticated and educated in this chat. I love it. Hey, Be Wise, thank you for being here. Niche said, yes, everything. Happy Friday night. I'm here. My Uber Eats is coming, and I finally got my transfer. Amen. Simone said, okay, new countdown. Listen, I'm trying. I'm going to war on Canva. I am trying. Missy B said, I haven't caught a live in a while. Love the new countdown. Professional yapper. I'm trying. Thank you so much. Thank you. And congrats, Alana. We're so proud of you. BY said, I don't believe anyone on that cast. They seem to be unlikable. It seems like that is the bar now for non-Black Bravo celebrities. It's like, what? They keep on casting like the worst non-Black people, and they keep on casting all of these people who are definitely MAGA. Like that whole In the City cast, MAGA. Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, MAGA. Real Housewives of Rhode Island, MAGA. Orange County, MAGA. They got a MAGA princess on the show. It's just like, what is going on? And Andy is acting like he's super liberal, and everybody's just like, you're super liberal, but you keep on giving MAGA a platform. It's weird over there. It's weird over there. User said, so happy for the Summer House content. Is this a full review of the season that you have watched, or just talk about the reunion leak? Just talking about the reunion leak. I am still watching this show. It is so many episodes. I will say my only opinion is that Hannah girl, because I started at season 5, the COVID season. That Hannah girl was so weird, and they let her get away with so much nonsense. I was so confused. And every season I like Kyle more and more. Like, I can't believe, I feel like he's the most evolved, him and Carl, out of all of them. But I'm still not at season 10, so my opinion could change. Is the Asian guy, or is let me not. But I know he's biracial. I know his dad is white. Is he? How you doing? Is he? How you doing? Because I feel like that's a storyline about to come with him. Because I'm sensing something, but I could be wrong. He could just be shy. Hi, Mama Star. Mama Star said, hi, Star family. Mama Star is here for the full review. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day today. Love you all. Love you too, Mama. CM said, Dorit has been hiding her life as well. She comes on as a character, but she actively supports mass unaliving. Nobody, I won't say nobody. The majority of rich people, guys, or people who are capitalists or aspire to be rich, are not good. I don't think we should tune to these shows thinking that we're going to tune into good people. I think that's why Garcelle was so liked, because we knew that she was just a good person. Everybody else. Cameron said, Rachel can definitely be the new anchor of Beverly Hills. I think she is. Kyle can definitely go, and most definitely Bose, Erica, and Sutton. Yeah, I think we just build it around Rachel Zoe. I think she will be able to give us a great cast. Romel said, yes, Bose came in taking all of Dorit's fades. She got a baddie chain, but now she's quiet. Yeah, because she realizes that Dorit is falling out of favor, which is smart. But I'm just like, when Dorit turns on you, they're going to rock with her, because Kyle already don't like you because you defended Dorit against her. So she's in a pickle. But we knew this, right? We knew this. Hannah said, just came from seeing the MJ movie. It was so good in my opinion. I'm trying to see it this weekend, but everybody's schedule is so crazy. TOY-Star saw it, and she is in awe. CM said, Bose can't handle Amanda being successful in any area she can't do, and it's her lane. I think it's all the women. I don't think it's just Bose. I think they cannot stand the fact that this young lady has gotten a lifestyle that they all had to, use their hot pocket to get. They had to get it through a man. She got it through a scam. Alleged scam, right? I think that bothers them. And the thing that bothers me with Rachel Zoe is that I feel like you and Amanda are both self-made. Wouldn't you want to be rocking with her? And the thing is, Jennifer Tilly is self-made too. She did get a lot of money by marrying the Simpsons guy. But by the time when they got together, they were just like both like, you know, quirky middle class actors. So she got with this guy for real love, and he just, you know, happened to really break her off in a divorce. But Amanda, Rachel, she's right up your alley. I don't know why she does not mesh with her. WNC said, one thing about Dorit can be hot and cold with you, but she won't accept that from you, especially not from the likes of Bose. Yeah, it won't happen. She will not allow her to do that. Bose is about to find out. Ramel said, preach, don't switch up now, Bose. Look, Doritos ain't dumb. She's taking mental notes. She looked at her, she said, Bose. She was stressed out because she's just like, you're normally defending me. Why are you quiet now? TIK TOK. TIK TOK Bose. Simone said, we called it last year. The Bose Dorit friendship was always going to crash and burn. Yep, because here's the thing. Bose is a friend to no one but Bose. So when Dorit clocked that she has been being used by Bose just to get in favor in this group, that's going to be a nasty season. And dare I say, that's when the ratings will probably go up. That's, you know, listen, a black woman and a white woman going after it on the TV show, it's just going to be ratings gold. Racial dynamics in America are just really profitable. It's sad and unfortunate, but it's the truth. Dare Show Podcast said, I think Dorit and Erica miss each other. Their facial expressions show that they definitely miss each other. There definitely is love. However, the things that they are saying to each other, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back from. It's like they are crossing so many lines. Give Me Shelter said, I missed the notification. Shameful. Hi, NikkiStar, Mama Star and Star fam. Hi, thank you for being here. Dare Show Podcast said, Kyle brought up Dorit's finances, so she didn't have to answer Dorit's question. Why are you talking behind my back? Yeah. WNC said, it's funny to me how Kyle and Erica are tearing Dorit up, but if Dorit was nice and friendly with Garcelle would have never crossed that line like a real sister. Yep. So Steph said Kyle is trying to get in good graces with Maurizio by helping attack Dorit for PK. I would not be shocked. That's probably exactly what's happening because Kyle is extremely male-centered. So I can absolutely see that happening. BY said, I'm glad that Garcelle left at the right time. They are all boring. They all created the monster. Dorit has never been held accountable for her actions. You are right. Is my mic on? Said, and Garcelle is thriving without any of them. Absolutely. She didn't need them. That's another thing that they really hate. They're going to do the same thing to Denise. They do it every time. They hate when Bravo goes in search. They had to audition. Bravo went and got like legitimate celebrities and asked them to be on the show. When you are asked to be on the show, you come in way different. You come in not being hazed. You come in with a secured contract, and you come in making what they had to work to make off grit. So there's always going to be a conflict there. And that was another thing. They're looking at this, for us, it's this accomplished actress that we've grown up with and we love, that we've grown up watching and we love. To them, it's this black woman. Why is she coming in with a guaranteed contract? Why is she coming in getting special treatment? Why is she coming in getting the money that it took me 10 years to get? Especially when it's a cast full of male-centered pygmies. They're going to go after her. And they absolutely did. So Steph said, Amanda gets on their nerves and it makes me so happy. And she does not care. When they were coming for her, she was just like, I thought that this is what the show was about. Extravagant wealth. And I was showing it. Oh, they cannot stand her. I actually have no problem with Amanda. I think the hate is so forced. I don't get it. And it makes no sense to me. It really doesn't. I'm just like, y'all have to find something else. That lady just be there minding her business and y'all be finding issues with her. I don't see it. Alana said, Amanda hasn't done anything bad to where I dislike her. She's just a little annoying. Of course. I'll give her that. Nothing that she has done has warranted the backlash that she's gotten from this cast. It's ridiculous. So says that Erica's broken, and maybe this isn't politically correct, but I don't want to hear about how Tom was abusive to her. I feel like Andy told her she needed to come to the reunion with more. Was she talking about Tom or somebody else? I felt like she was talking about a different person that was physically abusive to her, but she said that Tom was financially and emotionally abusive. But I felt like we already knew that. Remember back in the day when Lisa Vanderpump was on the show? And they were showing flashbacks of how Tom treated her. And Lisa was just like, Erica acts really tough with women, not with that man. So I felt like we all kind of already knew what that relationship was. And the show had already established that. I don't think she needed to tell us that. I don't think that was new information. But the physical abuse from whatever this relationship was, before Tom or after, I don't know, that was new information. That's what I thought. Let me know if I interpreted that wrong. Good Vibration said PK the business is scamming. We haven't forgotten about the robbery. Ciao. WNC says, does Dorit have a property to sell to get back into Cal's good graces? Who knows? Who knows? Thank you, TIK TOK. TIK TOK said you are invited to join the Nikki.Star family reunion email list. Please click this, guys, because here's the thing. This is a way for me to keep in touch with all of you because I share information on here, and sometimes not everybody gets it because only if you guys watch the shows that I'm talking about will you be able to get the information that time. So with this, shout out to our first 50. With this email list, everybody has the same information. Everybody is in tune at the same time. So please make sure you sign up. We're going to be doing some fun events for the remainder of the year and beyond. And I want you guys to have first dibs on everything that we're doing here. So please make sure you sign up. F. Tinney said, Bose is an Immigriti supporter. This lets me know everything I need to know because here's the thing. Bose does not like Amanda because Amanda is doing something very well that Bose wants to be able to do. Now, yes, Amanda was wrong for talking about comparing her and Bose's business when Bose is not actually doing a business, but doing a charity service. I will actually give her that, but I feel like that's semantics. I think the problem is the girl boss scamming girls are beefing. That's what's happening because women like Bose and the Emmas and the Amandas only get to where they are able to get in life by selling women pipe dreams, right? And telling them that you too could do this and you too could be that, but not actually telling them the truth of the fact of the matter, right? Because the truth of the fact of the matter is for most of these women that are successful, a man put them there, right? A wealthy man put them there, right? Or they had wealthy connections. They come from a wealthy family, or they're just white. So you can't be selling these pipe dreams, Emma and Bose, to Black American women who are working class, to Black American women who are unemployed and are being targeted by the administration that they're paying taxes into. They're not going to be able to get out of this hole by buying your book or your girl boss brunch session. And you know that, but you are playing on those people's weaknesses by using your identity to scam them. And that's why Bose doesn't like Amanda, because they're the same thing. And Amanda clocked it, and Bose didn't like it. Let me get a couple more, and then we're going to get into Miami. Give Me Shelter said, it's so true about America's racial dynamics. It's so profitable. Of course, people of color know they will get engagement by talking specifically about Black women. The fastest growing channels are non-Americans talking about us. Absolutely, especially Black American. Like if you want to get buzz right off grip, target Black Americans. Emma knows exactly what she's doing. She's targeting Black American women because the outrage or the praise is going to be profitable. It is up to Black American people. It is up to Black women to clock in and realize that we are being farmed on these people's plantations. Get off. Oh my God, let me stop using these slavery analogies. My God, today. Lord. I'm sorry, I'm reading Parable of the Sower, so I'm a little forgive me. Lord, lighten up, Nikki. Jeez. Oh, Social Stuff said Bose was charging for those classes. How is it charity? I've been to the website. I thought she was talking about the service that she offered. I thought she was saying that service was charitable. Oh Lord, Bose, you lying? Anyway, let's move on to the Real Housewives of Miami. Andy, why is it on pause? Why is it on pause? They getting locked up left and right. What is going on? Let's get into it. I want to share my screen with you all. Ooh, ciao. Real Housewives of Miami star Lisa Hochstein turns herself into the police after ex-boyfriend Jody Gilden's arrest. Lisa Hochstein surrendered to Miami police. Her attorney confirmed to People on Wednesday, April 15th. Documents obtained by People claim that she and her ex, Jody Glidden, are each facing one felony charge for related intercepting her ex-husband Lenny Hochstein's communications in 2023. Glidden was previously arrested and has pled not guilty. Lisa has turned herself into authorities on a felony charge. The Real Housewives of Miami star 43. Oh, you got to stop getting that work done. You don't look 43. Surrendered to the police in Miami, Florida. Her attorney, Jane Weintraub, confirmed to People on Wednesday, April 15th. As of 11:47 a.m. local time, Lisa was booked into my... Where is Andy in the cameras? Can you imagine if those cameras was there when she got out of jail? In Miami-Dade County Corrections and Rehabilitation Department and giving $5,000 bond. According to court documents obtained by People, she is facing one count of interception of wire, oral, and or electronic communications relating to her ex-husband, Lenny. Lisa's ex-boyfriend, Jody, was arrested on Sunday, April 12th on the same charge. He was released on $5,000 bond and later pleaded not guilty. He also waived his personal appearance at his upcoming arraignment and requested a jury trial. The pair was originally listed as co-defendants in the filing submitted by Miami-Dade State Attorney on March 19th, attached to a different case number, which alleged that on or between March 12th, 2023 and March 31st, 2023, Lisa and Jody did unlawfully and intentionally endeavor to intercept or procure another person to intercept or endeavor to intercept oral statements by Lenny. Weintraub addressed the allegations in the statement to People at the time. This matter is a part of a contentious divorce proceeding and does not belong in criminal court. Records indicate that both Jody and Lisa's charges were transferred to a new case number on March 20th, while Jody's current case info has been made public. Lisa's has not. However, on Tuesday, April 14th, Lisa's initial case docket had been updated to indicate the Cyber Crimes Unit and a trial prosecutor has been assigned to the case. When asked about the status of Lisa's proceedings, a spokesperson for the state attorney's office tells People they have no responsive public records at this time. My God, today. Andy, I'm no longer believing the ratings nonsense about the Real Housewives of Miami. These ladies are giving it. Y'all need to promote them better. And we need to see this through. Because what y'all not going to do is come off pause and Lisa is doing a bid. Like, we need to see the leading up to that. And this is what I always say, ladies. Let me stop lying. I always say. But I say this sometimes. Get your own money. Because them funny looking men that you marry for money know that you're there for the money and they hate you for it. They hate you for it. Why is Lenny getting them locked up from something that allegedly happened in 2023? This divorce is so nasty. He is so spiteful. all because he doesn't want to get this woman any money. The woman that had your children. The woman that got up under your funny looking behind before you made her a corpse bride. These funny looking men know y'all are just there for the money and they are going to punish you. It's best to get your own money and get up onto something fine. It's the safest way to live, ladies. Before I hop into the comments, I have one more thing that I want to talk to you guys about. Where is it? Oh, where's the article? I just had it. Hold on, y'all. Hello, I just had it right here. Oh, I didn't want to. Okay, I just want to preface. I have to. The sources that I'm using, I hate them. I hate them, but this is where it's coming from. So I'm going to have to use it. But just know I hate them. I do not support them. I want them to shut down. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Can I? Yeah, I'm going to get out of here with all these freaking ads. Yeah, so I hate them. I don't want to use them, but this is the only place that's talking about it because this is where the information was shared. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. This is from Virtual Reality, the Page 6 podcast. Alexia LaPola blames the Real Housewives of Miami pause on one major issue. The future of Real Housewives of Miami may be uncertain, but according to star Alexia LaPola, one factor is clearly to blame: the ratings. In an exclusive joint interview with Page 6 Virtual Reality T, Napola and her longtime best friend and castmate Marisol Patton opened up about the show's current pause and why they believe it doesn't reflect the franchise's real-world popularity. All these Bravo fans need to watch our show, Napola says, because it's always like, oh my God, we love your show. Our show's so popular, but where are those Bravo fans? We need them. We need them to watch our show because apparently our ratings were not high, and that's why we're on pause for now. But our life continues. This is from Polly Pocket. She says, everybody knows us. They watch it. Hispanic people from all over the world are talking like, oh my God, we're so excited. You represent Latinos. And then to hear the viewership was low doesn't make sense because they're lying. Something is up. Something is up with Bravo. But there is hope. Bravo executive Andy Cohen previously told Virtual Reality he does not want Miami to remain on pause and express optimism about getting cameras back up again in the near future. Andy loves Miami. Napola says it's a city everybody loves, but for whatever reason, I don't know if the timing was wrong for last season. Our show was in the summer, which is which is a difficult time of the year to actually watch the show live. So I think that influenced a lot. And you know what? We're hoping sooner than later we'll come back because I feel like Miami, the camera should always be up. I agree. I do think that I do think that the cameras need to be up for this show because there's always something happening. And I don't think these ladies force anything. I think they are just really just chaos agents and it works. I do not know why the show won't give them their 10s. Like they really, really need to. But I feel like this this ratings thing is just a hold on, 'cause I'm trying to find this one article that talks about it. Because we've talked about this before. Despite what is this? Yes, that's it. Okay, I just wanted to get that. But I feel like, honestly, I feel like the real reason is this lawsuit. I know everybody's like, oh, the lawsuit was settled, but I think the lawsuit, that $10 million lawsuit, I think it's a problem. And I think it got a little tricky for the network. And I think the best thing for them to do at that time, so they believe, was put Miami on pause. Lisa getting locked up was unfortunate for them because now the show is on pause. And it's like all of these good things are happening. But you got to put the show on pause because the waters have been very tricky with Alexa's husband suing the show. Here's the thing with Alexa. I don't know why she thinks that if this show comes back, that she will be a part of the show. I think with Todd suing the show, she can't come back. She's still with this man. It seems like he's her lifeline. So she's like, the cameras need to be up. I don't think you're coming back. I think that everybody else will come back except for Alexa and Julia. And if Alexa doesn't come back, Polly Pocket, Cuban Polly Pocket, she's not going to come back. And I think that's great because then we can get Dr. Nicole back. Oh no, we don't want her and that husband, the MAGA. Here's the thing. We kind of know that y'all are all MAGA, letting us know, giving us proof. Yeah. So at least we can get some new people on the show. But it's just like, yes, Miami should come back. It's one of my favorite shows. I think it needs to come back immediately. There's no way it's going to be able to come back with Alexa. There's no way. I'm telling you, I believe with every fiber in my being that pause was because of that man. And if Bravo settled with him, Alexa, no way you're coming back. No way. That's all I have to say about that. What do you guys have to say? Let's get into, look at this. The Bravo cameras was not there for that. The Bravo cameras was not there for that. Foolishness. Absolute foolishness. Eva Rippers, he said, we need Andy and the camera in Miami immediately. And they can never, like Alexa said, the cameras can never go down. It's always something going on that show. WNC said, yo, Jody is a good one. I really didn't think he was down for Lisa like this. OMG. Oh, he loves her. He loves her, all her fillers. El Boogie said, Nikki, you might need to do a book review or talk when you finish Parable of the Sower Girl. Yeah, I might. Because if you haven't noticed, it's doing some things to you, girl. BY said, greedy became important at the age of 23. She is delusional. She doesn't speak for me. I am not impressed by anything she has to say. She's incapable of speaking for women, especially American women, especially Black women in America. What's she gonna tell us? Like, let's be realistic. And I need Black women to stop falling for these girl boss scammers. Like, y'all have got to wake up. Any Black woman trying to sell you something, and this time is scamming you. It's scamming you. You're unemployed. Why are they trying to get you to buy something? They are not helping you, sister. They are scamming you. WNC said, forgive me, chat, but I need me a Jody. Is that bad? He seems kind of obsessed with Lisa. Who knew? Listen, you need a writer. You need a writer. You need a man that's going to do time for you. Or at least down to do it. My God, today. And he's financially takes care of her. My God, today. My God, today. Hey, Greta, thank you for being here. Tinny says, date your type from the book of Nikki.Star, chapter 5, verse 17. You might as well. Get your own money and date your type. Don't fall in love. Breed them and rob them. Breed them and rob them. Especially now. They're out of their damn mind. These men are crazy. Breed them and rob them, child. Hey, Art World, how are you? Polyba Girl said his name is Lucifer Cohen, by the way. Call him by his government name. The government being the celestial boss. Listen, I call him Andy Lanithia Cohen. Because at the beginning and middle and end of the day, they are one and the same, child. Drusy said, just got here. Well, Lisa got a mugshot. Lenny got her locked up for spying on him. My God, today. Hey, Jasmine. How are you? Jasmine said, I love Miami, but hearing that Julia threw a drink on Gertie left a bad taste in my mouth, and I didn't even tune in last season. I don't want to see Black women sing it out. Absolutely. Julia can't come back. Julia cannot come back, and that adoption needs to be investigated. WNC said the mugshot is telling. The mugshot is telling. It's cute and scary at the same time. Romel said, LMO, they didn't think and was dumb because Lenny is evil. He was definitely going to use this against her. Absolutely. He's going to use everything against her. He does not want to pay her. Lenny will have his kids live on the street while they're with Lisa. He will get full custody of them kids and won't even watch them just to spite her. Oftentimes, these men get you pregnant not because they want to have children with you, not because they want to be a father. It's because they want to trap you and they want to keep you occupied. That's why when you leave, you don't see them ever again. You're like, oh my God, but we got a child together. It was never about being a father. It was about trapping you. Hello? What did Offset say? You my baby mama. I won. It's entrapment. Take your pills, ladies. Let's move on to Wig. Wig and her clan member. Wig and her clan member. My God, today. What a mess. Here's the thing. I still don't want her on Atlanta. I think Atlanta works so well without her. But my God, today, does she have a lot going on for reality TV? Child, does she have a storyline? Croy Behrman claims Ken Zolciak is harmful to their children in new custody request. Her attorney denies it. Behrman, 40, the devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. Behrman, 54, has filed a new custody request according to a Thursday, April 23rd report on TMZ. The former professional football player, Croy Behrman. I'm sorry. Croy Behrman, yes. Croy Behrman, 40, has filed a new custody request according to TMZ. The former professional football player is seeking permanent physical and legal custody of their 4 minor children. Croy Jr., 14, Cash, 13, and twins Kai and Kane, 12. Under the current agreement, Behrman and the former Real Housewives of Atlanta star split time with two children each, an arrangement he claims is not sustainable. The children were rarely together as a group under this parenting plan, Croy said, according to the outlet. The retired NFL athlete also alleged that Zolciak, 54, acts in ways that are harmful to the children and contrary to their best interests. Earlier this month, In Touch reported that Zolciak lost custody of her children until she completed court-ordered therapy, according to TMZ. Behrman said Zolciak had only completed 4 of the 7-day period. In court documents, Behrman described Zolciak as both unstable and fit as a parent, adding that she is more selfishly concerned with her own image and work options than with the opinions of experts and or the best interests of their children. This constitutes neglect of the minor children and is harmful to the progress and healing of the family unit, his allegations continues. Zolciak's attorney denied the claim, telling In Touch via a statement that Behrman's decision to file this motion lacks factual support and is unwarranted. We will address these claims in proper legal form and will vigorously defend the truth in court rather than through public discourse, the attorney said. In addition to their 4 minor children, Zolciak shares a daughter, Brielle, 28. Kim is not 47. And Ariana, 23 from previous. Brielle is 28? My God, today. My God, today. My God, today. Here's the thing, Croy. This is who Kim has always been. What were you expecting? You were daddy daycare before Todd. What were you expecting? This is how it always was. As soon as she popped them kids out, she gave them to you because you wanted them. You wanted all them kids. She gave them to you. That didn't necessarily mean that she agreed to raise them. She gave you your heirs, she gave you your boys, and she went on about her day. But when you met her, she was like that. When you met her, she was about herself. When you met her, she was about her work opportunities. When you met her, she was getting funded by a wealthy man. Why do men think that they could change a woman? Why does anybody think that they can change somebody? The person you meet is who they are. They will not change for you or anybody else. They will change for themselves. Kim likes tricking. You are a trick. And now you're mad. This is who she was. This is who she always has been. Should have listened to your mama. Sometimes the matriarchs are right. They rarely miss. But this is who she's always been. Her losing custody, no shade. I don't think she's going to care. I think she's going to be. I think she'll be okay. I think she'll be okay visiting the boys from time to time. The kids from time to time. She never wanted that. I mean, like if you remember, watch the show and her spinoff, she was never like the housewife, right? She just wanted to be a kept woman, but she still wanted to dip and do it. She was never Susie Homemaker. So I don't know why this man is surprised. You can't turn a hoe. Anyway, that's all I have to say about Wig. What do you guys have to say? Let's get into it. WNC said Kim is president of Drop Them Babies Off, period. He wanted them kids. Corey, we watched the show. You wanted all them kids. And she popped them out for you, but every one that she popped out, she handed right over to you. She gave you them babies. She wasn't doing all that. She wasn't doing all that mommy stuff. She wasn't changing no diapers. She wasn't feeding them kids. She was smoking her cigarettes and getting her wig curled. You knew that, and you got her pregnant again. And then you got her pregnant again. Now the courts got to get in and fix a situation that you created. You're no victim, buddy. You're no victim. Hannah said, I don't focus that much on this couple because it feels like Kim wants fame so much she's creating this mess. I think she absolutely wants fame. I don't think she's creating this mess. I think this is her life. Kim is tacky. Her life is tacky. She's a mess. She is a mess. If Kim didn't have Big Papa, she would be just a regular cast member of Shameless. That is her life. Her life is the Shameless cast. Every Shameless season combined into one is Kim Zolciak's life. Had it not been for that married, wealthy man that was funding her life and becoming friends with the meme god that is Nene Leakes, she would be the youngest child of the Shameless cast. This is her life. The Queen of Kensington. You know what I mean? She is just that. She is just that. BY said their show was on for many years. Where did all the money go? Kim is dependent with a gambling addiction. Well, she never was good with money. She is used to her life being funded. She never was good with it. She never was good with it. Remember, Corey was getting stressed out because she was spending everything. But that's why she got with you. She didn't expect you to retire your little football contract. She didn't expect you to get injured and be out of the game. She thought she got something young and wealthy. Then you got with her and all of a sudden you wanted to become a reality TV star. That wasn't the plan. That wasn't the plan. WNC said Croy should have listened to Nene. How many times has she spoke up about Kim and Croy's presence on camera? That Klan member wasn't listening to no black person. Yes, Big Papa is gone, user. He's gone. L Boogie said, without Big Papa, Kim would have been the messiest member of the local lowest budget trailer park. She probably would have ended up on Snap. Alana said, Kim was a mess, honey. Yep. All the money in the world couldn't fix it. You saw her daughter on that TV show crying about how her mom spent her money? How her mom smoked her inheritance up? She's a mess. And Croy knew that. WNC said, I never watched Shameless. Now my intrigue is peaked. Oh, it's a good show. It's a good show. She absolutely is just another cast member on Shameless, Rhobh. Shout out to Big Papa and Nene. They saved her. They saved her from a very impoverished Appalachian life. Hey, Cammy. Cammy said, do you think that Kim can get part of his NFL pension? You know, I don't even think she knows about it. If she knows about it, she will. If she knows about it. Romel said, I regret ever watching their spinoff. I tried to get into it. It was terrible. It was terrible. L Boogie said, once again, a black woman tried to save you every time. Every time. Romel said, yes, Corey, stop telling us y'all business. We don't care. Like, everybody tried to prevent him from doing that dumbness. How did you see that woman? And that David's bridal dress and that high top wig and said, this is my future. Your picker was off, buddy. Missy said, why did Papa dying make the news? Am I the only one? We never even saw him. They were just being messy. They were just being messy. So Steph said, Kim is an LPN. Not, I doubt she's kept her credentials intact. Yeah, but you know how some women just get a job until what they really want clicks in. That's the thing. She could have like really had a very successful life. That's not the life she wanted. Big Papa came into her life and she said, oh, I'm good. I'm good. If he's going to pay my bills, I don't need to go into the workforce. Oh, he has a new fiance. Love Like Yara said, I don't think Croy's new fiance will let Kim get the pension money. Oh, he has a new fiance with all that mess? Women be taking on men in the most terrible situations. I would never date a man that, one, got all them kids with a psychotic ex-wife. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. L Bookie said, Kim would have been from that Virginia town that only drinks Mountain Dew and everyone has rotten teeth. Absolutely. She would have been a teenager that works at 7-Eleven's worst nightmare. Worst nightmare. Cammy said she was trying her best to get with Chet Hanks. Absolutely. That's all she knows how to do, y'all. She doesn't want to be anything else but that. That's it. Her daughter on TV crying because she wants her mother to be more. Her mom's like, no. In my world, people take care of me. Even my children. Even my children. Missy B said, did I hear those ages correctly? The oldest, 28. 28. I was like, oh, wow. So Steph said, if Kim was married to him for 10 years, it's nothing he could do to keep her from getting half his pension. A fiance has no standing. Even if they get married? WNC said Corey's picker was off, but his pecker was on. That Montana Proud Boy didn't see Kim past the blonde wig, Princess Shady's face. Listen, I remember everybody was just like, Kim, out of everybody, that's what you want to go for? He locked in on Kim, and Kim said, bet. She's a man eater. He didn't even see it coming. Poliva Girl said Nene and Candy are to blame for that trailer. Being relevant. Candy gave her the fame, though. Yep. The ring didn't mean nothing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Listen, Candy was being a good friend to her. But I often wondered, if Kim was black, would you have given her that same setup, Candy? You know what? She probably would have. She probably would have. That's why Mama Joyce be so mad at her. El Boogie said, and yet she still runs with them Kardashians. Says some. Listen. Some women will rather work the puss than work a 9 to 5. And you know what? Hey, it's their life. Cameron said, didn't Kim just get sued by Target for an unpaid credit card? First of all, I did not even know that could happen. My God, today. Of course she did. Of course she did. So Steph said the second would have to be married to him for. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. She about to get that pension. Well, his mama told him. Let's move on. Speaking of Atlanta. Kenya Moore here. Kenya Moore here. Evicted. And what can we say? Because Kenya, everybody is so shocked by what you did to Britt. Like, I just don't know why you made that decision after you dedicated that salon to your daughter. And I think that salon would have been really successful. My God, today, how unfortunate. But I was scrolling on TikTok and I saw this. And yeah, you guys can see for yourself. Hold on, I want to mute it. When your heart is raised to raise. So this is somebody is filming outside in the apartments above Kenya's salon. The owner has moved her property outside of the salon because she has been evicted for not paying the rent. She went to court. She lost the battle. And I guess she was not able to come up with the money in time. So because of that, her property has been thrown out. I'm not sure if she got there to go and pick it up, but they threw her property out. Kenya, why didn't you just go pick the stuff up? This is embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. And what's even more embarrassing is that her enemies took joy in this moment of folly for her. Oh, hold on. Let me pause this and remove Kenya's picture. So here is Britt driving by. This is what she wrote on her Twitter. You never win when you play dirty. And this is her driving by, looking at Kenya's property being, this is so messy, being thrown out of her salon. Hey, girl. So here's the thing I would say concerning Britt. Now listen, she don't ever have to be nice to Kenya because of what Kenya did to her. I will say, I would never celebrate anyone's downfall, right? Never celebrate anyone, especially another woman's downfall. Here's why. You never know when it's going to be you. You never know. All you can do is hope and pray that you'll never be in that situation. What Kenya did to her, absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. But going there to drive by her salon, to see herself out, to see her stuff being put out and having somebody videotape you and you just never know. That stuff will come back. Just remain humble and be like, ugh, don't celebrate it, because you just never know. That might just turn around and you might be in a situation. You just never know. You just never know. So I would never celebrate that. Now I'm not saying you can't be thankful, that or just be like, you know, your enemies is getting their just due. I absolutely understand that. I just felt like Britt did a little bit much with the video and driving by and seeing her stuff on the floor. And I don't know. It's just like, ugh. I think that should have been kitchen table talk. That should have been a calling your sister like, girl, remember that girl that tried to harm me? Look what she done did. Look what happened to her. Leave that there. I don't think you should ever put that out, because that moment could be used against you if something happens not in your favor. Back to Kenya. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. And she's the only one responsible. She's the only one responsible. She should have never did that. I don't know why she made that decision. After hearing all of her explanations, it still does not make any sense. And to now have her here in this financial situation is crazy. I will say, I'm shocked that she was not able to be bailed out by anybody. Not by any of her friends, or not even by the bank. You couldn't get a loan to take care of that. There were no other investments. I will say $100,000, that would be for me a lot. Would it be life-changing money? Probably not. But it would be a lot, right? And I could do some things with it. For somebody on the show about wealth, about women, or affluent women, 100K shouldn't break you. So what is going on? What is going on? How are you not able to come up with that money? What is happening? What is happening? And to not even, even if you can't get the money to pay the rent, you want to let the property go, you can't spend $20 and get a U-Haul and spend $60 and give, some two teenagers some money, and have them, teenage boys, some money, have them load the truck and move it to storage or somewhere and sell it on OfferUp. I don't know. Why leave that stuff there for them to throw out and embarrass you, especially when you're a public figure? How do you let it get this bad? It's like, I am disappointed in her. I feel bad for her. And I'm so confused by this situation. Those are my thoughts. What do you guys have to say, Star Fam? I'm just so confused. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Miss Brown Sugar said, I think I heard that Kenya is out of the country right now. Don't quote me on that. I believe I heard that on Instagram today. But here's the thing. When it's time for you to get your stuff out. There's a court date. I'm thinking back. Yeah, I'm thinking back to when I was evicted. I was young. I didn't know what I was doing. I was a baby. Yeah, they gave me a court date and everything. They gave me a date when my stuff had to be out. Yep. You know when your stuff has to be put up. You know what? When it happened to me, I was a lot younger. Even if it happens to you when you're older, and life is rough. Things happen. No shame in that. But when you're supposed to get that stuff out. They give you a date. So she knew. What's going on? Thank you. Zaraxi said, Britt has her own issues. She should hush. I agree. I absolutely agree. Hannah said, I knew that salon wouldn't last when she showed us how it looked inside. And you know what, Star Family? A lot of y'all said that. A lot of y'all said that salon was going to be closed down. And I was like, no, let's ride for her. I was really trying to be positive and rooting for her. But you guys were like, Nikki, that salon won't be around. That salon won't be around. That stunt she pulled, I felt like she could have recovered from that, at least with our fan base alone. How are you not tapping into those resources? No way that I have millions of followers on all platforms and my business is closing. Or I'm going to turn them followers into capital. Guys, if I had 2.3 million followers, I would be doing this live from space. I would have my own spaceship, letting y'all know that I'm going live on Mars. Like, the way I would be able to flip that, I don't know how she wasn't able to flip it. I don't know how she wasn't able to flip it. How are you not able to flip that opportunity? My God, today. My God, today. El Boogie said, but also it was a bad business decision to try to turn an empty space into a salon instead of finding a place suited for that business to start with. I will say a lot of businesses actually do that. And they get like some incentive back. But I know people who have done that, and many times it hasn't gone well for them. I'm not putting too much into a space like that. Like, if I'm renting a space for somebody, I'm gonna do just enough for it to look nice, right? I'm gonna go to IKEA. I'm gonna make it look cute. I'm gonna refurbish some stuff, but I'm not doing all that. I know somebody put like $1 million into a property that they didn't own for their business. I was just like, you should have just bought the property. Just buy a property and do all of that. Why are y'all putting millions into places that you're renting? At the end of the day, they can do whatever they want with that lease. If that owner isn't paying the mortgage or the taxes, that place could be repossessed. And no matter how much money you were paying in the rent, you could lose your business. I never understood that, but people do it. People do it. Oh my gosh, nobody was able to mentor her. But then again, people are probably like, you need to be mentored? Crazy. Drewski said, poor Brooklyn, maybe she can get on Traders. I know you were talking about Kenya, but for some reason my mind went to Brooklyn being on Traders. Where's her father? Where is that dad? El Boogie said, I just can't understand why she didn't move the stuff out ahead of time. Me either. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Drewski said, taking those supplies out one by one. Just sad. And obviously, it had been out there for a minute. For Britt to get the word and be able to drive up there, for everybody to be like out there picking through the stuff, filming it, it's been out there for a minute. So I'm just like, girl, you got to take care of your business. How did this happen? How did this happen? Nonsense behavior said Kenya Moore is no longer across the street. She is now on the street. This is just sad, man. She just has so much capital. I don't know how she's not able to flip it. I don't know what's happening there. WNC said, there's a bigger story here about tenant rights. As someone who read parts of the contract between Kenya and the landlord that Kenya released, Kenya was owed money for the renovation. Yes, I do remember that. But it went to court and she lost. I'm like, what happened? What happened? Hannah said, we know Kenya would have done the same thing to Edie if it was her suffering. If it was her suffering, I gotta agree. And I would have had the same opinion for Kenya. I would have had this. So Steph said, I'm petty. I'm celebrating. Oh, well, that's karma. I get, what I mean? I get that, but I'm just like, you got footage of you celebrating this lady's downfall. Okay, girl. I hope it works out for you. I hope it works out for you. Poliva Girl said, hard to feel bad for Kenya. From the start, she was allowed to be petty, bitter, mean girl, unscathed. I only feel sorry for her beautiful baby girl. That I can understand. So Steph said, Kenya publicly humiliated her. She returned the favor publicly. All right. So Raxi said, Kenya is beautiful and stunning, but not the best business person. And that's unfortunate because you got a child to take care of. If you are lacking in somewhere, you got enough coins to pay somebody who knows something. Cameron said, I thought Britt was going through a divorce. Girl, shut up. Yeah, she is. I think it might be finalized at this point. Miss Brown Sugar said, Kenya's choices last season will never make sense to any of us. Not from any angle. I remember when I reviewed it. We were all in the comments like, but why? Nobody could understand why she did that. Nobody can understand why she did that. Amaya said a lot of these housewives live beyond their means. Absolutely. All of them are keeping up with the Joneses. So not all of them, but majority of them are. Social Steph said Kenya has done a lot over time. To me, this is justice for all the women she went too far with, including, I knew you were going to bring up Kim Fields. When I tell you, none of us will ever forget how she treated Kim Fields. That, honestly, guys, that was her nail in the coffin. That was Kenya's downfall. The way she treated Kim Fields, she was never able to recover from that. And I can agree with you there. Zaraxi said, it seems like Kenya gets in her own way. I will agree with you there. Paula Girl said, that's because Kenya and many people, followers, are bots. Oh, that's been a rumor for years. Yikes. Yikes. Social Stuff said, Kenya gonna come online and play dumb. Her silly fans will eat it up. This is what we get for that army demon. A lot of people lack critical thinking. Well, ciao. Romel said, LMAO, I grew to like Kenya, but Britt definitely better watch out because karma is coming. It was pointless to go over there. Yeah. Listen, L Boogie, 2 guys in a truck. 2 guys in a truck. I would have been out there at 6 a.m. before sunrise, getting that stuff out in a hoodie. Ciao. You're not going to catch me slipping. Romel said, yes, Nikki, she couldn't call Candy in the game to go and grab it because didn't Candy keep Apollo stuff in her garage? I'm just saying, if you're that low to where your stuff has to be thrown out, if you can't call not one friend, then you don't got no friends. You don't got no friends. Oh, I'm calling my friends. I'm calling my friend. I need 20,000. Anybody got 40? Can you give me 60? I can give it back to you in 4 months. Something. You're on a show about affluent women who you've known these women before you even got on the show. Nobody got it. You don't got it? What is going on? So Steph said, Kenya, oh, I got that one. Hey, Sierra. Sierra said, Kenya knew she wasn't going to pay, but still kept her belongings in that venue because she is delusional with a capital D. I don't know why she did that. That's so crazy. Drewski said, to quote Bay, such a funny thing to try to explain. How she's feeling with her pride is one thing, child. That is crazy. When I saw that, I'm like, Kenya, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Like, this is frying me. It really, really is. BY said, Kenya refuses to accept that she lost in court. What are you doing in Japan and getting evicted? The priorities. Paula Girl said, that's because Kenya and many people got that. Social Steph said, Mark is broke. He just got evicted. Oh my God. Gosh. Oh my gosh. Both your parents getting evicted. What we going to do in Brooklyn? This is crazy. Has nobody ever been poor or working class? You only spend what you actually have. And that's after you've paid up your bills in advance. What are we doing? Lord. Zarek said buying a building outright would have been an excellent option with our long-term plans because even if the business didn't work, you can rent it out. I learned it from my uncle. What are we doing? What are we doing? That is crazy. Even if I wasn't in the country, I'm calling up a cousin. I'm calling up my sisters. I'm calling up my best friend. Like, yo, the keys to my salon or the lock is cut off. Can you please go there and get that stuff? I'm a Venmo, a Cash App you, or Zelle you the money right now. But you know, or even you don't got no man that can. Child, what is going on? That is crazy. Cameron said, "Oh, Nikki, recently we found out that Brooklyn's daddy's been homeless for 2 years, living with his sister and her." Wow. Wow. Busola said, "Hey, Nikki and Star fam, glad I caught the live. Did anyone hear that Michael finally freed up Angela will be on Hunt for Love?" Yes, and I will be reviewing that show. Hunt for Love looks like it's going to be good. And my 90 Day Fiance lives are going to resume next week as well. But yes, I will be reviewing that. And thank you so much, Busola, for the super chat. F. Titty said, Candy been going through a divorce, probably couldn't help Kenya out of it. Yep. If she wanted to do the lawyer's fees. But I wasn't even talking about Candy. Where's her other friends? You running in these rich girl groups and nobody got money? Even in my broke actor group. Like, we all got a little something. Well, like, you need that. We can all scrounge up a mortgage payment. Like, see, y'all don't be having real friends though. Y'all don't be real friends. Y'all be friends because of what it looked like. That's them friendships that fall out when y'all get to Miami. Y'all don't be having real friends. Thank you. Elbow, he said Q Smart is like $30 a month. And temperature control. Girl, do something. Like this was preventable. That's where I'm at. Like, this was preventable. You? What are you doing? Are you trying to get back on Bravo? If you're trying to be such a mess that you have such a storyline, the show cannot look away, then I get it. But I just don't feel like she's going to be on that show for a while Britt is suing Bravo. And even if they settle, Bravo's still probably going to be sore with you for doing that. Unless you have the evidence that a producer put you up to it. My God, today. My God, today. BJ Grace said, Kenya said on one of her lives, she might let the salon go. Hey, Jasmine. Jasmine said, great point about not having friends. That goes to show you that behind the scenes, people were never okay with her antics and villain persona. Yeah. Zoraxi said, evicted mommy and daddy. No, poor Brooklyn. That is crazy. Gibby Shelton said, I think Kenya like to read does not have real friends. Kenya is iconic, so I didn't mean to lump her in with the lesser friendless person. She really is, but something is just happening there. That is crazy. Miss Brown Sugar said, had not thought about Mark Daly in years, but wow, lost his business home and business license. What is going on? Mama Star said, Hump for Love is going to be lit. So happy for Michael. Me too. Me too. Hey, Sierra. Sierra said, how come Candy didn't ever go to the hair spa to get her hair done with Riley and Kayla and them? Ken is friendless. Look how she did Cynthia. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could have used like your fan base alone. You could have used your friends to come in and promote your business. You could have did a charity event that would have really brought good tidings and put eyes on your business. Where I'm just, for Mother's Day, we are giving out free hairstyles and makeovers to mothers, to single mothers for Mother's Day. That would have been really good for your business. And a lot of people would have got behind it. And I don't know. I just feel like maybe she just didn't know and it just wasn't in her. Not everybody can own or run a business. This is sad. This is sad. This is sad. So Seth said, I just settled a lawsuit. The people that caused it were marked as no higher in the child. BJ Grace said, Nene lost all her businesses and other housewives too, but Kenya has been a target for years. Yes, she is messy at times, but Kenya has helped a lot of people over the years. privately. That's where I'm just like, where is her community? Where's her community? Or did she have the community and she just did not rely on them? Yeah, that's what I was about to say. C said maybe she didn't want to deal with it. Just let it go. My gosh. My gosh. Oh no, I didn't see that. Sierra said, did you see that Kenya addressed Mark as her husband in a recent video? Well, child, if that's the case, it makes sense because them homeless people, they be together forever. That homeless bond is strong.
After Kenya did that whole shenanigan with those pictures, her friends just kind of like fizzled away. They don't want to be associated with them.
Well, then those aren't friends.
That's bad publicity.
Then those aren't friends.
Candy can't come to the shop.
But okay, but
that'll be spilled.
All right, then don't go out to breakfast with her in a place that's full of paparazzi. But you're gonna let your friend sink? Then you're not really friends.
Your friend didn't know what she was doing. Why did she open up that salon?
Okay, well, even if she didn't know what
that salon, she should have just kept her hair care products. She was doing pretty good with that. Yeah. Open up a salon.
Oh, you know why she opened up the salon?
What?
Open up the salon.
No, come on now. Every housewife, all of the shows, people have to have something. She felt like I need to have something. And
oh, so you don't think it was a real salon? You think it was a dummy salon? It was just a storyline.
No,
I feel like she wanted to let people know that I could make money. I could anything I can.
No, all of them try to do something. They all try to get a business.
See, I don't think that's smart. I'm always going to say this because this is one of my girls. I really do love her. I would like to. But Dr. Simone is somebody that all these girls can learn from.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Simone does not get moved by any of this stuff. She's a part of the Bravo community,
mm-hmm.
but she has a job. She has a career. That's just an extra check.
Mm-hmm.
She's not competing with other people. She said, I own my house. You won't see me buy. I don't need to buy another house to impress y'all. Mm-hmm. No. And a lot of these people go in debt over trying to impress so that they can be talked about on reviews and press. But it's like, if you do what you do, stick to what you do, it'll be great. If you're doing what you're doing, trying to compete with the next person or have something bigger for the season, it's going to flop.
Well, here's the thing.
Or you know what? I can even bring somebody from her own show. Candy. Learn from her. Candy, she's a great person they can learn from. The stuff that girl has is real.
Yeah.
She's not trying to keep up with them. She invests in what she's.
Well, here's the thing. Candy is always, even Sleep, Candy's making money. They are not the same. I will say, what would make sense to me? What would make sense to me? Why would I talk about that?
Didn't people talk about Michael?
No.
People are in the comments talking about Michael.
But why? I'm not talking about it right now, though.
Okay, well, what do you do?
No. It's a minstrel show. Anyway. What would make sense to me with her actions would be if the salon was never really a thing, but it was just a storyline. So if the salon was just a storyline and not something that she really was going to do for real or make profitable, that would make sense because a lot of housewives do it. Hello, She by Sheree.
But I do think that she thought, but just like She by Sheree, I do think that she was thinking because of who I am, I'm going to make money. But because she don't have no relationship like that, no baby.
No, but I do. I'm now thinking that this was just storyline because what makes sense of how she will let it go, how she really wouldn't invest in it. No, that makes more sense.
Yeah, I
disagree. Also, I think this was a storyline.
And I'm just going to say this, but I'm not
a storyline for what? She's not on the show no more.
But when she was on the show,
I'm talking about the thing.
Yeah, if you don't have anything going on, you make up some fake business. All the housewives do it.
Oh no! But she thought she was going to make money from it.
But they were the
yeah, she probably thought that she was going to make money from it as long as she was on the show. But when she was no longer on the show, she was just like, "Why keep up the storyline?"
Okay, I'm going to say this too.
But why go to court? She had to go to court for that.
Yes, I don't think she intended on going to court though. she thought that she was still going to be on the show and this was going to be her storyline. So when all else
the
fails,
reality of it is what I'm saying is she not on the show and she rented that place.
And she thought it was still going to make money.
yes.
She thought she was still going to be making money.
But I don't think that was going to be her bread and butter.
And
I thought,
listen-
yes, it was going to make a little something. I don't think she really thought about it like that. I think it was storyline. And now she's no longer on the show. She don't need that storyline.
But why
I
not
don't think
take your things out, sell the things.
Because, Mom, she never wanted it. It was a
I
storyline.
definitely think she
No,
wanted
I
it.
disagree. She didn't
I
want
think
it.
she wanted
It's
it.
she by
So she wanted
Sheree.
just let all that
Sheree
stuff
did
go.
not want that clothing line, but it was a storyline. So as long as she was on the show, she talked about it. But when Sheree's not on the show, where's she by Sheree?
Well, I'm going to say this. You also have to do good business. Excuse me. I'm making a point. You keep cutting me off. You also have to do good business. And
She was never a businesswoman.
you have to treat people right. And I know several people who have worked and did different projects for her in that salon.
I knew this is
Still
where
waiting.
Toya's going.
They're still
Latoya knows
waiting.
somebody that got scammed by
They're
Kenya.
still
And I
waiting for their
knew this
money.
is why you were even trying to say
And
something.
you have to
We are
pay
not
people.
going to use my channel to right Kenya's wrong. No, we're not doing that.
No, it ain't right.
We're not doing.
No, it's
No,
not right.
listen, you're not getting
You
me
gotta
involved in
treat
that.
people
You're
right.
yes, she does.
You
I
gotta-
do agree.
everybody, you
But
gotta
we are not
treat
bringing this to
people
the
right.
Star family or this platform. Keep it pushing.
You gotta
in
treat
Jesus'
people
name.
right.
Anyway, WNC says so. Mark Daly was another Peter. There's a bigger story here too. Not sure where today. You're right. Romel, I'm sorry I didn't get your comment. Romel said you are preaching, Nikki, because this is so true. Because people don't be real friends for real. No, they don't.
I agree with C Golden 1059. She said she spent too much money on it for it not to be her bread and butter. This wasn't a fake salon.
She lost
Yeah.
money.
That stuff
She lost
outside.
money. But you
Yes,
know what?
because she's no longer on the show.
But this should teach people a lesson. Stop trying to compete and stop
Keep up
trying to
with
do
the
stuff
Joneses.
for that because you're going to lose money in the end if it's not a real thing.
The Star family know that. Well, none of us will make decisions like that. Not over here. L Boogie said maybe she didn't want to deal with it, but all that stuff had resale value. At least do a lot sale. But I think she was just like, let it go because if I'm no longer at the show, I don't need it. I feel like she was going to work the salon as long as she was on the show because that's smart.
As a single parent, you need your money. If not right now, you need it later. You have a kid. Things always come up. So
Mhm.
I don't believe that she just let that stuff go and this and that and that and this. I don't think she thought they were going to come when they came
Mhm.
since she was
Well,
out
they
of town.
came.
I
Because
think
you
she
don't
was
play
going
with
to.
Atlanta.
I think
They
she
came.
was waiting, and because she was a big name or whatever, they probably went out and put her stuff out.
Mom,
But
if
I-
she wasn't a big name, you have to do things right. She
Yeah,
didn't do her business
What I'm
right.
saying is,
that's
I
what
don't think she knew that they were coming the day that they came.
I do.
You do. You know.
You do. She knows.
You know.
She
No,
knows.
you don't.
They give you a date when that stuff needs to be out.
Yeah. And
So when the sheriff and everybody in the city is coming and moving your stuff out, that's because you ignored those letters. Yeah, they then put stuff on her door and everything. She knew. Social Steph said Mark was all at her salon. He moved to Atlanta recently, looking dusty. Oh my god.
you know, you didn't move there, look at that.
Ooh,
So he might
Lord.
be the babysitter.
They might be back together, child. Zorexy said, "Can you lean too much into her villain persona? I hope her house is safe." I don't think she leaned too much to her villain persona. That's who she is, y'all. That's who she is. She doesn't have a villain persona. The villain is Kenya. BY said, "I don't believe that Kenya called Mark her husband. I think she needs to keep him happy for Brooklyn's sake." Listen, her salon, her getting evicted from that salon, and her and Mark getting back together. Take that to the network and have them put you back on the show. I think that's what's happening here. BJ Gray said Kenya is not back with her husband. Kenya was testifying about her boyfriend's journey. She mentioned about the family dynamics at the time and how grateful she is for Brooklyn, her daughter. Oh, good. Good for her. Listen, if she's happy, I was just like, I will never let Britt get that on me. Jasmine said Kenya had the business, but she didn't have the staff. She could have went to HBCUs to recruit business and marketing students for internship. She didn't use her celebrity status. I think it would have been very successful if she wanted to do it. I don't think she wanted to do it. I do not
I don't
think she wanted to do it.
either after she was off the show. I think that was what her plan was to get the salon for the show. I believe that. But what I think is she probably did not know to get the stuff out right then and there. I don't know if she's ever been through that or whatever, but when they come, I didn't know that they put your stuff out there. I thought they locked your stuff up.
I think when you leave it for too long, it's viewed as abandoned.
Okay.
C said, do y'all remember the Donkey Booty TV, Donkey Booty versus Stallion Booty workout videos? Yep, that could have been something successful. But again, I think it was another dummy business for the show. I don't think it was real. And I think this is what the salon is.
Because even in that with the salon, right? The people, the owner, they have to go by certain rules before they can even put her stuff out. So she must have just left it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, they probably came to the date that they could move it.
Sierra said her lawyer said the salon was for content creation. I think it was a dummy salon. El Boogie said Mama Star is right. Show or no show, she needs all that money. Sure do. Romel said, I love the commentary from your family. That's how me and my sister be at home talking. Romel said, do you think Bravo will ever ask her back now, or are they done with her? I think she needs the Bravo money because she's not doing good right now. I think they will ask her back, but I think they have to settle this lawsuit with Britt first.
I don't think so.
You don't think she'll be able to come back?
I don't think she'll be able to come back because it was like sexual abuse. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. They don't like to be associated with
that.
Things like that.
Yeah, guys, she might be done with Bravo.
Yeah, she might be done.
And if she's done with Bravo, she's done with NBC.
Yeah, they gotta bring her on something else.
Yeah. Try Netflix and see what they got. They've always making some shows over there.
Hunt for Love or something like that.
No, you got to be in the 90 Day Fiance family. But she's going to need to work another angle.
Yeah.
It won't be through NBC, though. WNC said, can you just say that Tyra Banks is a close friend of hers? An unhealed Sagittarius and Aquarius together is bad news. Birds of a feather. Tyra can't give her any of that hot ice cream money?
Tyra
My God, today.
How she treated them people. So right now, Tyra needs to keep a little bit.
And Tyra hiding in Australia so she can't get sued. Okay. Amaya said Teresa and Joe also had a fake restaurant. Yeah, a lot of these people have like dummy businesses just for the show. Wait a minute, Mama Star. Jasmine Author said they still have Michael Darby on our screens though. So
Michael Darby is where?
But Michael Darby was still on the show with all them sexual assault allegations. He was still on Potomac, so you just never know. You never know.
No, but she showed the girl. The girl was suing. You know what I mean? She's suing Bravo.
Yeah.
For millions. And she's going to get it.
Ciao. I'm going to end with this, and then we'll get into a new subject. Drewski said, back to Kim. Thank you for the super chat, Drewski. Drewski said, back to Kim. She was greedy, but I am amused. She finessed a house in her own name from a married man, but Ashley Darby in the mess that she is in. Listen, one thing about it, she know how to trick. These men, they can't catch up. They cannot catch up. Let's get into Miss Drew Sidora. It's bad for them too. I don't know what's going on with Drew and Ralph, but I feel like it's getting very, very, very dark. And the Pitifuls might need to come off our TV screens because this divorce is getting nasty. And I don't want to see that, especially not in Atlanta. We're finally getting the joy back. This might need to be it for Drew. Let's get it. Let's get into it. Okay.
Yeah, because now he done whooped his son.
Yeah, child.
He beat the son. So
We're going to start with this article first, and then we'll get into the next one. Real Housewives of Atlanta star Drew Sidora accuses ex Ralph of beating their son. He denies allegations. Real Housewives of Atlanta star Drew Sidora dropped the bombshell of Bruce claim about her estranged husband, Ralph Pittman, as part of the divorce. According to the court documents, Drew made the case for the judge presiding over the divorce to reconsider the decision ordering the reality TV star to vacate the Georgia home she shares with Ralph by the end of the month. Drew told the court she didn't have the funds to move and would be homeless unless the decision was reversed. A judge awarded Ralph primary custody of their 2 kids after a recent hearing in which Ralph blamed Drew for one of their kids having excessive tardiness from school. Drew says she previously submitted evidence of a video in which Ralph could be heard severely beating the party's son. She said Ralph admitted to the beating in 2024, but denied it at the hearing in March 2026. She again takes issues with being ordered to be out of the home by next month, and also claims that Ralph admitted they are $25K behind on mortgage payments. The Real Housewife of Atlanta star said she is confused as to why the court ruled in Ralph's favor when he has a documented history of physically abusing the party's son. We reached out to Ralph's rep, who have no comment on the matter. The court has yet to rule on Drew's most recent plea. Before I get into the next article, I do want to talk about this first. Here is the thing. This is the reason why I want them off. This is getting real messy. Now we have Drew accusing Ralph of beating their son, right? If this is the case, none of them are safe in their home. And this man is living in the basement. So it's a very dangerous situation. And we are now coming off of a black woman femicide epidemic, right? Where Black women in droves are dying at the hands of their Black male partners. So to have this storyline or have this nonsense be a part of that show is not only unhealthy, it's triggering, and it could be extremely dangerous for Drew and the kids. It could also be extremely dangerous for Ralph, who, if this gets legs, these accusations get legs, he loses everything. And then what's his next steps? I don't think that Bravo wants to be in the middle of that, nor would any show want to be in the midst of this toxic situation. I think this is getting to a very toxic, unhealthy, and scary place. This divorce is getting really, 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 really dark. Because if this man is violent, especially to the point where you're saying that he's severely beating your children, none of y'all in their home are safe. So either the judge needs to remove him, or they need to remove you and the kids and put you in a safe space. I'm sorry, Drew, you got to go. You have to go. This is very, very dangerous. This is dangerous. And I feel like they are both using, not, I want to say using the kids, but now that they are both crossing these lines, right? Who knows what the bottom is going to be? Because now they're just, I'm not saying that this isn't true, but I'm saying that, they're doing things to harm each other. What's the bottom? What's the low? I don't want to find out on the TV show that I'm watching to be entertained. So what's next? Because if this man is abusing your family, then the next step for him is family annihilation. So let's really move with some haste and get you and the kids out of this situation. Put them cameras down and get you to a safe shelter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
What are we doing? Like, this is very, very, very dangerous. And I don't think this should be taken lightly at all. I don't think that this should be taken lightly at all. Here is the next article on Drew and Rhobh. My God, today. My God, today. Drew Sidora's alleged text to ex-Ralph revealed claims she paid him half of their Real Housewives of Atlanta check. Drew Sidora claimed she paid her estranged husband, Ralph Pittman, half of her Real Housewives of Atlanta check during their marriage. The alleged texts between Drew and Ralph that were submitted as evidence in their ongoing divorce battle. This is from Ralph. He says, good morning. This is from Drew. She says, good morning, Ralph. I reviewed the monthly expenses tracker and I most definitely cannot afford $9,000 of household expenses at this time. Are you going to pay for half of the groceries as well as half of the kids' expenses for the month? Ralph then writes, good morning. I produce per the order and believe this is very generous as you haven't contributed anything towards the home in a number of years. Hopefully you can see what it has taken to run this household over the years. Your attorney should be advising you, but if you don't pay, you will be in contempt. The spreadsheet contains major expenses. There will be other smaller ancillary costs that I'll send you directly. For instance, I had to buy salt for the pool and it's being serviced today. See, this is the thing. It's getting real petty. Now we're talking about salt for the bathtub, salt for the pool. And now hold on, let me try to enlarge this so I can see too, child. Then Drew says, Ralph, how can you say I haven't given you money towards the house in years? I've given you 50% of my money from Real Housewives, and all along you were getting paid directly from Bravo as well. I gave you 50% of my endorsement deals from Drop It with Drew and my movies. Let's talk about how you took $300,000 of my money I received personally on my, I can't read what that is. Oh God. I can't read that, child. Maybe if I hold on.
Take a picture of it with your phone.
Because I can read it on here, but when I launch the documents. Anyway, what I could read, she is telling him that she has given him half of her money. The judges presiding over the case ordered Drew to vacate the home by next month. Drew claims she will be homeless and does not have the funds to find another home at this time. She is begging the courts to reconsider. Drew included the text that she believes helps make her case. One alleged text dated April 13th, 2026, Drew wrote to her ex, I most definitely cannot afford the $9,000 of household expenses. Are you going to pay for half of the groceries as well as half of the kids' expenses for the month? She asked Ralph, adding, good morning. I believe this is very generous as you haven't contributed anything to the home for a number of years. Your attorney should be advising you. If you don't pay, you will be in contempt. Drew then says, Ralph, how can you say I haven't given you money towards the house in years? I've given you 50% of my money for Real Housewives, and all along you were getting paid directly from Bravo as well. I gave you 50% of my endorsement deals and my movies. Let's talk about how you took $300,000 out of the money I received personally on my personal injury settlement. She asked Ralph why the mortgage hadn't been paid on their Georgia home, claiming they were behind $25,000 in payments. Ralph responded, you're making stuff up again, so I won't entertain. On April 14th, Drew wrote, you have done the ultimate betrayal and tried to destroy me as their mom, defame my character, career, brand, and me as a human being time and time again. So please just focus on what's best with the kids moving forward. In response, Ralph scoffed at Drew's claims she would be homeless if forced to leave their home. He said, you can no longer hide and you don't want people to see you for who you really are. All the lies you told are being cleared without me doing anything. You're a terrible person, and I pray you work on your spirit. Don't try to act like you want to be a mom now. It's too late. Ralph added, you're too delusional to even understand what's happening. Try praying for yourself. Drew said, you got banished from church for trying to date the politician's daughter, you loser. My mom and I tried to save you, but only God can save you now. I pray that you repent. And he writes, I tried to date the politician's daughter, and you or your mom tried to save me. Ralph said with the laughing emoji. He said, I know I'm a loser. And guess what? You are too, with the clown emoji. Watch when you get your attorney bill. You really gonna feel like a loser, he said with another clown emoji. This is getting so dark. It could get dangerous. According to Drew, it already is. Oh my goodness. They gotta figure this out. This is terrible. And I don't want to see it play out. I don't want to see it play out. This isn't entertaining. This is now scary. This is now scary. And I think they are crossing so many lines. Now that Drew has, said of what Ralph has done to the kid, he could lose custody. He probably could be arrested. He might lose his job. That book is absolutely done after this. And then what is he going to do? Is he going to respond in violence, or is he going to tell her business? This is messy. This is messy. I don't need Andy and a camera for this. That's all I have to say. What do you guys have to say? Let's get into it. Cameron said, now, Ralph don't put the paws on a child, and I believe it. Honestly, I don't know what to believe, because these two are just being like, I'm not saying I believe or disbelieve, but I'm just saying this needs to be not filmed. This needs to be not filmed at all. Drewski said, between Drew, Kenya, Kim, no wonder Real Housewives of Atlanta has been a misery farm. It's all bad vibes. Absolutely. Hannah said, Ralph is financially and emotionally abusing Drew and the kids. Here's the thing. They obviously do not like each other anymore, and they are now just trying to hurt each other. What is the bottom? That's the scary part. That's the scary part. Romel said, I'm so over Drew and Ralph's divorce. Me too. Me too. I love like you are said, is this the same son that Ralph hasn't adopted? Who knows? She said their son, so it might be the son that they actually shared together. Hannah said, I believe that he was mistreating her son. Oh my God, this is so sad. Sierra said, but why didn't we hear about this until she was about to be homeless? If this is true, right? Oftentimes, unfortunately, mothers protect the abuser, because it's obvious it's not only is it happening to the child, it's happening to them. It normally happens to them first before it happens to the child. And sometimes the women protect the abuser. Now, if he is not harming their child or physically abusing their child, and she is saying and she is lying, and if you can prove that she is lying, it is what it is. But this won't look good for her. She will probably lose custody permanently. That's very dangerous to do. And then, I would hope that this would be true, because now she's involving her child. So her child's going to have to testify. And she's also putting her child at risk for being taken from the home and put in foster care. Like, this is not, oh my God. This is just bad all around. This is just bad all around. Hey, Blue Jay. Blue Jay said, hello, Star family. Hope you had a good week. And if not, I hope you can have a healing weekend. I miss my community, especially with all this happening in politics, pop culture, and life, right? We miss you too, Blue Jay. Thank you for being here. BY said, Ralph bought the house with Drew. I believe that she doesn't own the house. Ralph is dirty, though. This is a dangerous household. It is. Because they hate each other. And they're just going to be doing things to harm each other. And it's just like when and they're in the same space. They're doing this back and forth. What's the end game? What's the end game? Miss Brown Sugar said, this is awful, just awful. I hate that I don't know who to believe, and I hate this for the kids so much. Out of everybody, the people who are suffering the worst in this situation are their children. Are their children. Zorexi said, it's very dangerous. All it takes is for him to be angrier than usual. He should move out. They absolutely should not be under the same roof. Hannah said, exactly. The viewers are quick to make the situation a joke that they want to see on TV, but that is it's toxic alarm and it's dangerous. Now this has escalated to violence, according to Drew. And she says she has video. He needs to be removed from that home, or they need to be removed from that home. They cannot coexist now that he's gotten here. Miss Brown, she could say, when I did welfare work, couples going through divorce were the most chaotic, stressful cases. Yeah, I can only imagine. Dear Show Podcast said, Drew should have been left. I'm tired of the updates. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Thank you for that. I'm done with the updates. This one was a little too much for me. The child abuse, I'm out. I hope they fix everything amicably and that everybody remains safe. WNC said Ralph admitting to violently attacking their child and he admitted? Makes me assume that this is a pattern that Drew had long been aware of. I used to be in foster care. I'm looking at Drew differently. Here's the thing. If this is true, you absolutely are going to look at her and be like, how long has this been going on? And you kept that baby in that situation. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't good for either one of them. It isn't good for either one of them. That's the thing. It can escalate. BY said, I remember on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills when Taylor was being abused by her husband. He took his own life. But let's be clear. He didn't take his own life because he was abusing her and felt bad. He took his own life because he lost all of his money. Zaraxi said, this is so ugly. There's no reason to envy any housewife lifestyle, fighting over 9K. Crazy work. Hannah said, that's why we said he couldn't make that much money. He's been stealing from her, but also being paid by Bravo as well. What is going on? I will say all of this stuff happening now, this explains her mother's hostility towards Ralph. I agree, Nikki. Nikki said, Drew, get off of TV until this gets sorted out. I agree. Your children are going through enough. To have this all filmed, get off of this show. Romel said, we are only 3 episodes into season 17. I'm praying we'll see Ralph on the show. Well, if he was on the show at this point, they're probably going to edit him out now. Child abuse allegations? They're probably going to edit him out. Cameron said, thank you, Nikki. Ralph definitely gives me the type to unalive Drew and their kids. If he doesn't leave with something that absolutely scares me, Drew needs to be careful with the situation. Now, listen, I didn't say that Ralph would do that. I'm just saying if he is being violent, get out of that house so that the violence doesn't escalate. Because after you make these allegations, he's going to start losing things, even if it's not true. Excuse me. So get you and your kids to a safe shelter, somewhere he doesn't know where you guys are at, because we don't know how he will react when he starts losing everything. And that's just facts. We don't know. And if you two are at this point where you are both so hostile to each other, it's best that you don't remain in the same place. Miss Brown Sugar said, these conversations over text are bizarre. It feels like one or both of them were purposely trying to create a record. I believe it documents everything, but something about the cadence is off. Well, they're both trying to harm each other because they're both trying to make the other look bad so that they can win in court. And unfortunately, the children now are collateral damage. Ugh, this is bad. This is bad. Thank you. Miss Brown Sugar said they should be speaking through their attorneys at this point. This is so awful. Yep, they should not be speaking to each other because look what happens when they speak to each other. They tear each other down. It's not good. Give Me Shelter said, how do toxic people like this always find each other? And even worse, they have multiple children together. Child, who knows? Who knows? You know what, Greta? I didn't want to say it, but it absolutely is giving the War of the Roses. Absolutely. So Steph said, I'm just telling you, as someone who went through a 5-year high conflict custody dispute, Drew needs to move out and live in the studio if she has to. Yeah. Because if he is harming the child, why are you okay with him being in the basement? Why did we leave with that? I'm so confused. And I want them off the show. Social Steph said, the only reason he stopped abusing me through the course is because, oh my gosh. I'm so glad that you are safe and free of that, Social Steph. C said, Rhobh is toxic. I remember when they discovered he had cameras in the house. This is bad. We really don't, Zerexy. Zerexy said, we don't want to hear about Drew or them kids on the news. This is bad. They got to get out of that house before it escalates. Don't give the devil no room, y'all. Y'all so saved. Don't give the devil no room. He's walking to and fro seeking who he can devour. Don't be devoured by him. Oh, Lord. Yes. Oliver Girl said, and we don't want to hear something about something dark in the news, please, because we're in the season. This is dark. It is really, really dark right now. Don't give this stuff no energy. Don't give it no energy. So Steph said, when you're dealing with a narcissist like Ralph, you have no other choice but to talk through text, and you cannot afford to have every conversation through an attorney. That's $3.50 an hour. My God, today. This is a mess. Child, I hate to end with an even bigger mess, but here we go. Summer House, yikes. So today, y'all, please pray that this Drew and Ralph situation is resolved and everybody just goes their separate ways, healthy and alive and at peace. So today there was an audio leak from the Summer House reunion. I am not playing that for you. Here is why. Bravo is not playing. As soon as that audio was leaked, they put out a statement. You know what? Let's look at the documents together. So this is the first thing that I saw. So Andy on Threads with his messy self, good morning. And Alexandra said, Andy, stay offline, please. You won't like the news. So Andy says, I don't. On my way to eye surgery and just reading about it, people laid their souls out emotionally for 10 hours yesterday, and it's disgusting and illegal for someone to leak or distribute this. It's disrespectful to the work and tears the cast put in yesterday. Let the season play out. You will see it all in due time. And then right after that, Bravo did this. This is from Bravo TV. It says the Summer House reunion audio leak represents a serious breach of trust and clear lack of respect for the cast, crew, and the integrity of the production process. We take this matter very seriously, and we have launched a full investigation, and we will take appropriate action based on our findings. Here is the thing. If that audio ends up, if TMZ had anything to do with that, if that person tried to send that to TMZ, my God, today, Bravo gonna find out who did it. So anyway, the speculations were happening. This lady right here, who is somebody I guess is very, very popular, because she kept on coming up in my feed, with, you know, all of her contacts or whatever that she said that she had. And this is what her message reads. Okay, so someone told me this morning, who does not work at Bravo, but that Wes leaked the audio in an attempt to make Amanda look bad, and because he wanted a reason to get fired so he can make a ton of money from Complex by spilling the story. This person also gave me screenshots of some Bravo internal combos. They said Wes already got fired for this. First, that Wes already got fired for this first thing this morning. I posted it because of those screenshots. However, I was talking to someone who actually works in production, not this show, but other Bravo shows. And this person says this audio is too clean to be someone on stage with a phone in their pocket. Said it had to be from post. So I went back and asked the Bravo person, and they said it did originate from a viewing room recording, but that they are certain Wes is how it got to Reddit. And so are Bravo execs. I would at this point say the origin of the audio is still not completely verified. And as for Wes being fired, I have not heard from anyone else. So the jury is out on that too. I am sure people will continue to write into the blogs and we will know more later. And as far as the audio spoiling the reunion, don't blame me, blame whoever recorded it. And if they recorded this clip, there is more. Interesting that this exact clip contains an Amanda heavy villain arc, and this is from Your Moms Are Watching. I posted that because she kept on coming up in my feed, but everybody was cussing her out. They were telling her her sources are not reliable and that she's an Amanda supporter. So for that to come up in my timeline, I don't do Summer House stuff. So for that to come up in my timeline, they was getting busy in those Bravo streets. So again, I'm not going to play the audio because Bravo won't be coming for me, but I will do a dramatic reading. So here we go. This is from the Summer House leaked audio transcript. A snake in the effing grass is what you are. You move silent, but you're effing deadly. Let's go. All right. Hold on. This is from Sierra. You get to run amok, and because everyone is your friend. Lindsay. To be clear, Sierra. You get to manipulate people and say whatever you want to them and get whatever you want from them. Kyle. That's what's been so fraudulent. I'm sorry. Sierra, it's clearly your MO. Kyle, well, it's like you tell yourself something that you can be at peace with, the schmuck that you are, but everybody else has a completely different interpretation of their relationship with you. Mia, Amanda, why are you doing this? Amanda, what do you mean? Mia, you went from being married, and I'm not saying your relationship was perfect, Amanda. It's definitely not. Mia, but you went from being married to being one of Wes's side Bs? That's crazy. Amanda, okay. Mia, this is unnecessary. Next part of the script. This is from Wes. The statement came out incredibly rushed because of how insane it all became. Lindsay, you got smoked out. Andy, so why did you feel the need to? Amanda, because there's a video that was out there. And last thing I wanted was for us to continue denying it. And for this video of me taking in a very vulnerable, intimate situation to be used as blackmail. Amanda, I don't know what the video was. Sierra, and would you even have came to me if the video didn't come out? And would you even if the video didn't come out? Or would you? Amanda, 1000%. Sierra, so when? What was the plan? KJ, where was the apology for Sierra in the statement? Sierra, because I asked you, because I sent you a text, I asked you when the rumors came out, is this true? And you were like, no. Amanda, and I denied it. Sierra, you were like me and West are just friends. Amanda, 100%. I denied it. And then I lied to you. N-word. I added that. I'm sorry. I added that. Forgive me. We're not going to add to the text. Sierra, you denied it. And you were like, duh, we're just best friends. Andy, then why did you? Amanda, because it was all so new. And I was figuring it out. There are so many layers and complications to this. The fact that he was seeing other people, the fact that I was technically still married. Carl, is there not enough complications to go with, what the F are we doing here? Sierra, right, yeah. Carl, period. Amanda, we talked about it. Sierra, so it was so unconscious that you guys talked about it? It wasn't just like a drunk hookup? You guys talked about it. Amanda, no, it. Sierra, we all know. Amanda, it started with. Sierra, how effing weird it would be, and you still did it. You chose to do it. You kept doing it, and you were hiding it. Amanda, okay. Oh, wait, let me have y'all follow along. Amanda, okay. So, guess what? Sometimes you can't help who you like and who you're attracted to. Sierra, you actually can help it. You can. Amanda, not from what you said. Sierra, you actually can help it. Amanda, not from what you've said. Andy, so if you, Amanda, I wasn't married anymore, Sierra.
Oh, wow, what is this?
Sierra, you're still married by the state of New York. You're still effing married. Amanda, I'm sorry, but when I'm yeah, this is a transcript. I'm sorry, but when I'm separated from someone, I have to stay celibate and single for the rest of my life until the judge signs the paperwork. Sierra, nobody was saying that you needed to stay celibate or the F for the F ever. But there are a million other effing guys in New York. But you chose the one that, and you know how much that effed me up. And you chose that one guy. Amanda, I didn't choose. I didn't. This is a mess. Final scene. Sierra, because you're an effing snake, Amanda. A snake in the effing grass. That is what you are, Amanda. Okay. Sierra, you're a snake in the effing grass, and you should honestly just say okay, because you know who you are. You move silent, but you're effing deadly. Andy, when Sierra confronts you and said, is this happening? And you denied it. Amanda doesn't care. And I think Sierra this is Sierra's corporate America moment, right? Sierra is realizing that, let's bring up Pretty. Sierra is realizing in real time what what happens to Black people every day in everyday life when we have to engage with non-Black people because of the hierarchy, because of the racism, and because the nation that we live under and the administration that we live under, right? And I think for somebody like Sierra, who has resided in and sometimes preferred to be in white spaces, not because she doesn't want to be in Black spaces, but this was just her upbringing. Sometimes for those kind of Black people, it happens later in life, right? Their wake up call happens later in life. For many of us, we're prepared. Those who grew up in, Black families, Black neighborhoods, we kind of get prepared for the wake up call. So when it happens, we're kind of a bit more prepared. I'm not saying Sierra wasn't prepared, but I think because her environment was mainly white based, this kind of wake up call, especially happening on such a grand scale, stings a bit differently because you think right? You think and you hope and expect that these non-Black people are different, right? They're not like what your dad or what your parents or your grandparents said. It's like, no, those were the white people back in like the 50s. It's not the same. And then, like I told you all the time, like I didn't realize until I got older that everything my grandmother told me would happen. Everything that she said was right. Everything that she said about white people, everything that she said about non-Black people, everything that she said about men, she clocked it. I was always the one to be like, no, grandma, that's a different time. And she was like, okay, you'll find out. And I found out, right? Found out at like, what, 18? Sarah finds out in her 30s or late 20s. And she finds out on national TV. Because here's the thing, the reason why Amanda is like this, you have to realize Amanda is going to be very nonchalant. Okay, Sierra, like whatever. She's going to be very nonchalant, the reunion. She's probably only going to cry when or if she's confronted by either another white woman or if the white men on the show gang up on her. There is nothing that Sierra can say or do to her that would make her feel bad because she does not believe that Sierra is on her level. She does not believe that Sierra is worthy of attention, worthy of praise, even worthy of forgiveness. And that's the hardest thing for a lot of Black people to realize, is that a lot of non-Black people do not see us as fully realized human beings. And a lot of them have not become exposed to us outside of service work and sex work. So they don't know how to see us as a human. And they don't know how to operate with us humanely because they don't see us as that or being somebody who was worthy of being seen humanely. So in her mind, she's just like, I didn't hurt a friend. Sierra's collateral. She's collateral damage. Paige is my friend. The Black girl just came with her. Like I was nice to her because Paige was nice to her. But listen, I'm not that, I haven't even caught up to season 10 yet, but from what I'm seeing, Sierra and Paige are friends. Amanda and Sierra don't really connect with each other unless they're connecting through Paige. But I see Sierra trying to connect with Amanda, but I don't see Amanda connecting with her in that way. And reading the audio, I do feel bad for her because this is something that I said a lot of Black people go through, but to go through it on a national scale and to know that she can only react a certain way, because if she reacts how she actually felt, she will lose even the little bit of white support that she has. And it's unfortunate. It really, really is unfortunate, which is why I just do not engage in white spaces. You know what I mean? Like when I was watching the show, I was just like, you are braver than the Marines to be, to willingly want to go in an environment where you're the only Black person.
Yeah,
why would you
understand that? Because,
well, Mom, you have to realize this was during 2020. So that is around the time when George Floyd was slaughtered by the police. So that is when all of the
wasn't
shows
saying
was
that.
forcing black characters.
Yeah, but why didn't they bring some more black men? I didn't understand.
No,
why
it's
it
not.
was just
Well,
black women and no black men.
Well, they were bringing in just one black at a time. It was
That
all
was
of those
dumb.
shows, all of
That
those
was
mainly
dumb.
white cast shows were throwing in one black person. They weren't going to
And that's
throw
why
in
she
an
got
entire
into
cast.
that, because I wasn't
Well,
waiting
later
for
on,
that.
another black girl was brought, but she was the same thing. Her and Sierra were the same thing. Grew up in white neighborhoods. They crying. They having identity issues. They're getting mad because the white people aren't recognizing them. Falling out, crying, breaking down, struggling to talk about race.
Yeah, sleeping with them dead ones.
Okay, but so what's happening with her, and I think this is why a lot of black women are rallying behind her, is because she's not going to get the support, right? She's not going to get the Ariana come up, and she knows that, and she's going to have to live through that, right? Knowing that although she did nothing wrong, although she was hurt by people who she thought was her friend, because she is black and because she is a woman, she is not going to get the same grace or respect. Because even though the fan base might love her or may like her, they still do not see her as a fully realized human being. So she's not an equal. So she does not receive the same respect. Even now, people are saying Amanda's mental health. Listen to that. If you listen to the allegedly, if you listen to the audio, you can see there ain't nothing wrong with her mental health. She feels no remorse for what she has done because she does not feel like she hurt somebody who was worthy. Sierra's collateral. She knows that she will be fine. She's okay with harming her because she doesn't think that Sierra matters. And she knows that there are more of her people like her than there are people who of her culture who are going to support Sierra. She knows she's fine. She knows she will be okay. She knows that she will be restored. So why give this black girl, why give this friend any remorse? For what? It's a waste of her time. She's not going to lose anything. So why do it? Now, she's probably going to cry with a cow. Of course, there's history there, but also that's a white guy. And that's one thing the white community don't do. And that's one thing the white girls don't like. You might be able to go out to another white woman. You out the white man, they're going to make sure you never eat again. So she's probably going to show remorse there, but Sierra is not going to get anything from her because she's not going to lose anything by harming her. I wouldn't be surprised if she's gained more followers. I would not be surprised if she becomes even more famous. Look, she was rewarded with a show.
What show?
She has a show called In the City that's going to be airing on Bravo very soon. And they're going to use this. They're going to use Sierra's humiliation to lead Amanda in that show, where she is going to become a very strong, iconic character for that show. And she's going to become more famous, more visible off of the back of this black woman's rage, off of the back of this black woman's harm.
But I blame her parents.
Of course.
For putting her in that space with all these dead white people.
Oh, Sierra?
Yeah.
Well, listen, some black parents do that because they want their kids to have a better education or, be more accepted in the workforce. But all it does is create Tiger Woods. And the black kids grow up and say, why did you do that to me? Anyway, this sucks for Sierra, but she's doing Dancing with the Stars. And I feel like black women are rallying behind her to make sure that she's okay. But we are going to see Wes and Amanda playing this lady's face. And not much will happen to them. Wes is going to be fine. Amanda's going to be fine. Sierra, we don't know what's going to happen.
What did Wes do?
Wes was the guy that Sierra used to date. So I think they're all going to be okay. My suggestion is that Bravo makes Sierra the lead for the revival of Summer House Martha's Vineyard, because I don't think it would be good to put her back in that environment. But if she agrees to go back, it is what it is. Before I close out, I do want to show this video from Kyle, who put his 2 cents in about the leaks.
Conspiracy theories are kind of running wild. I've already been looped into one of them, so I feel compelled to give you my 2 cents on this audio leak, which is super frustrating and annoying, and Bravo takes insanely seriously. They're doing a full-blown cyber investigation. So if you're the one who leaked, you might want to seek cover or counsel. Here's my 2 cents based on finally listening to the clip. This was not a phone on set. Okay, everybody, if you do have a phone on set, it's like stuck behind a pillow or in a couch cushion, so the cameras can't see it. And I don't really see why anyone would gain having leaked this. And that goes for producers, crew, and Bravo, right? This is someone clearly acting on their own with, it doesn't even look like they got paid because the audio clip is everywhere. So part 2 coming up. From what I can tell, someone took their phone and put it next to a speaker where there was a live feed, right? There's only a couple different rooms with monitors. And of course, then there's the actual set. And it kind of sounds like they were trying to be discreet because you can kind of hear them fumbling their phone in the beginning and the end. The audio itself from all the cast sounds like it's audio from our mics, right? Like we all have different volumes in terms of our actual voices, so you hear it a little differently. But there's just no way you could put your phone on set and capture what we're hearing in a way that would make sense based on the seating chart. So it's also not crystal clear because it's not a live, it's not an actual clip, right? It's a recording of something coming out of the speaker. And this audio is not mixed or mastered yet. This is live. So like they're going to change the levels and change who can hear what once all is said and done with the final edit. So what does that mean? So it really comes down to like who would have had access. I can tell you right now, like all the hair and makeup teams that are either paid for by Bravo or paid for by individual casts, they are stuck in the dressing rooms. They don't actually get to see or hear anything. It's kind of a boring day for them. And then, yeah, getting access is it's a highly restricted, highly secured situation. And again, someone's literally risking their job leaking this. So, yeah, I don't think this is something that we are going to make sense of anytime soon. But it's unfortunate. Like, as Andy said, it was probably one of the most intense reunions he's ever filmed. There were a lot of emotions. It was a rough day for everybody. And, yeah, I don't even know why this clip would have been the one that they'd share. Like, I don't know. It's just unfortunate all around because we put it all out there. It was like a 12-hour day. And to wake up to this is, it's a bummer.
Ciao. I'm going to get Christina up here to share her thoughts. And while she gets ready to come up here, Christina, I'm putting a link to join in the chat. While she gets ready to come up here, I will read your comments. Thank you so much, Coco, for the super chat. Christina said, genuinely happy to join with the link, but not trying to interfere. I just know all things if you want. Yeah, I'm still watching this show. I really don't know nothing about Summer House. I'm learning as I go. So please come up here and share your knowledge. Thank you so much, sis. And thank you for the super chat, Christina. Golden said, this is a table read. Listen, I couldn't play the audio, so I did the best that I could. Guys, can I tell you, I like Kyle, but I'm not at season 10 yet, so I don't know if I will not like him. But so far, his personality and who he is does not match how he looks. I don't. He could treat Amanda better. He could cool off on the drinking, but when they had that conversation about race in the house, he was really on it. And I did not. I expected Carl to and Carl did, but I just did not expect for Kyle to catch it and be understanding. I don't know. It's his look. I gotta say, the look is a little. You think, oh, you feel like you got him by his look. The look is deceiving. The look is deceiving. Amaya said, by the way, Kyle was calling Wester Smuck, not Amanda. Yeah, he confirmed that. He confirmed it in the threads because people kept saying he was talking about Amanda. Amaya says Kyle said it could not have been anyone in the control room either. He thinks it's someone in the viewing room. That's what it sounds like, especially with well, I don't know. I never heard the audio. WNC said, me to Sierra, why do you keep choosing men from the Alabaster Yeti community? I would have been fine if she was just trying to stay relevant on the show. But the fact that she is like really falling for these guys, like I'm at the part where she's like trying to date Austin.
Why?
Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Blue Jay says shameless side pieces are crazy. Amanda thought so lowly of herself she would keep herself on ice for a mid-white man. I watched One Take Wonder and she said, best take the man to get over her. Here's the thing. She's not a friend of Sierra. So doing what she did with Wes, it does not affect her because she doesn't see Sierra as a friend. Never did, right? What she is doing to Wes is getting her lick back. What she's doing with Wes is getting her lick back. I feel like Amanda and Kyle are going to get back together, right? From what I've been watching, Kyle has really hurt this woman, right? With the cheating on her and just not really valuing her. Christina's in the building and not really valuing her. I think she's getting her lick back, but Sierra is just collateral damage. I don't think Wes wants her. I don't think she wants Wes. But I think she wants to hurt Kyle, but Kyle seems to be a little too chill for her. Sometimes, I don't know. This is what I'm thinking. I haven't caught up to the season, so I could be wrong. I want to get 2 comments and then we're going to bring Christina up. Jasmine says, I will say people are trying to compare Sierra to Ariana, but from my understanding, Ariana don't really have that many opportunities before Scandal. Sierra was already a rising star with opportunities. I think the only reason why they're trying to compare is that these 2 women were cheated on by their partner or somebody they were with a woman on the show who they consider to be a friend. That's an obvious comparison. So I absolutely get that. Let me get one more and then I'll bring Christina up. So Steph said Martha's Vineyard is never coming back. Andy said at BravoCon when asked to go watch season 1 and 2 on Peacock, I would love another black cast, but that show was not good. Oh my gosh, we love that show. That's unfortunate. I know I said one that was it, but this one, Amaya says for a functional alcoholic, Kyle has amazing skin. He does. And I don't think he uses suntan. I don't think he uses like sunscreen. His skin is really skin and hair. He got good genes. Christina, are you ready? Let's go.
Oh my God. Hi.
Hey. Our summer house correspondent, our summer house expert reporting for duty, Christina.
Live from New York City. That's right. That's right, Nikki. We are here. We are here live reporting on the latest breaking news from the Hamptons. I can do that forever. You gotta come. Oh
Listen,
my God.
you have the floor. I don't know anything about this.
Oh my God, no, but okay. Well,
I'm still learning, so you take it from there. You go. You do what you need.
Okay, well, okay. I'm just gonna start by replying to the stuff I just heard you say. So regarding, I'm gonna work from the most recent to back. So I sent a couple comments because I was wondering like how far you had made it into the series. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I said when you were talking about, I had sent it when you were saying that like Kyle it doesn't need anything from her or something. And I was like, excuse me, Kyle is a good friend of hers. And then like 7 minutes later, you were like, I actually really like how Kyle has responded to her in those conversations. And so all I said was like, actually, not like that. Yeah. Actually, Kyle, in this show generally, like, listen, Bravo's doing their best or whatever. But in terms of the way people in the show respond and what cast members are willing to do and initiate, like Sierra more than one time on this season, she has done it on season 10, which it sounds like you haven't seen because you're not caught up on season 10.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so Sierra, so that's important with the current content. So I'll get to that. But in season 6, it was I think it was season 6, episode 5, I think. But Sierra also initiated a conversation with the group in the house. If I got the episode name wrong, let me know. Or not name, number. But there was another woman, not Mia. Her name was Maya. Yeah. Different Black woman on the cast, and one of the guys who's no longer on the show, his name's Andrea. Like, bless his heart, he's Italian. I don't know if you know who this man is.
Yeah, but no, I saw that one. I saw that.
Okay. Oh, you saw that? Yeah, duh. Sorry, but anyway, she was okay. Well, then, all you need to know is what you already know, which is the cast responded in a way that was like, they were listening. They didn't interrupt.
Especially Kyle. I was like,
especially Kyle, except stupid hot idiot Minnesota running for Congress or whatever, Luke, who was like, I know how that feels.
And then Kyle was just like, yeah, but
what I think,
guy.
Kyle, dude, Kyle,
I'm telling you, he was so good in that conversation. Gagged me.
Him
when he is not drunk on Loverboy, he is a phenomenal cast member.
Yeah. Well, and when he's not wasted, let me finish my other thought. He was like, what I think you're trying to say is, if it's hard for you, imagine how hard it is for them. And it was like, yes, God, yes.
I was just like, let me just bring it back to the Black women that were speaking.
God. And I don't know if have you watched it doesn't matter, but on reunions, like Sierra has gotten emotional during these reunions, specifically when they're discussing West, and Kyle like tears up every time Sierra like hesitates or has to like take a breath when she's speaking. Kyle's like sitting there like, and he just, well, when we fast forward, let's get to season 10, which is, there was another conversation there was a group dinner, and Sierra's like battling. So season 8, she and West meet each other, become friends, have a connection, blah, blah, blah. Season 8 stops filming in the summer, and they're like dating, but they haven't, done the thing and whatever. And then cameras turn off. It's the fall, off season. She goes to meet his family. They do the thing. And then like West doesn't want to move forward. She goes to Costa Rica, turns her phone off for 2 weeks over Christmas time, whatever, comes back. West does a New York Times thing saying our relationship ran its course, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then they come back for season 9. Sierra doesn't want to speak to him. So she's like not pursuing him at all. She's like, don't talk to me. We're done. And West is like, I'm trying to respect her boundaries, blah, blah. So now we're at season 10. And, there's still like clearly like some chemistry between them, whatever. But it's also just like, hey, we're in this house. We have like a family with these people, let's not make it awkward. Like, let's respect each other's like feelings and boundaries and whatever. And clearly she still has a lot of feelings for him, whether it's a friendship, she misses him in her life, whatever. And also he keeps effing prying his way back into her like gaze. Like she cuts him off. He keeps going like, hey, like,
toying with her.
Blah, blah, blah. Like, hey, I've been nice. I haven't upset you. I feel really bad about this still. Like, so, anybody who's like, Sierra needs to get over it. And, she's obsessed with a guy who doesn't have the same feelings for her. Okay, well, she cut him off and he won't leave her the F alone. So let's start there. Okay. Anyway, so she's struggling with these, unresolved sort of thoughts of like, where is their friendship going to go? Are they ever going to have that again? They go to a group dinner and she is like, I just don't. So now she has KJ and Mia. She has a support system of Black castmates. And so she has a little bit more support, and KJ's, I mean, they're just listening so intently. Nobody, the best part of this was that none of the white people at this table interrupted her. They were just, Luke wasn't there, so that's probably why. Anyway, and she's like, Sierra starts to get emotional because somehow her and Wes like breakup comes up, and she's like, I don't think you guys understand like how much more I have to think of. Like, I'm already preemptively having anxiety about the audience response to me, even just saying that I might still care about this white guy. Because the response that I got was like, how could you let, like, oh, you got played, you let this white guy play you, whatever. And then KJ is sitting there like kind of trying not to cry. And Lindsay is like, are you okay? Looks at him and he's like, yeah. And then he starts talking about how he has sisters who, you know, have gone through this. And he as a man is telling them like, you guys, like, I have to think like 50 steps ahead. Like if I'm gonna be intense or passionate about a reaction, whatever, like I have to think all the way far ahead of how it's going to be perceived. And then Kyle's like, man, I don't even think about that at all. Like I get drunk and I blow up, and I don't think at all about what's going to happen the next day. Like that's just like, I just get drunk and I blow up, and I don't even have to think about that. And it was a really wonderful, productive, and understanding conversation. I mean, West was probably like the smallest. West and Amanda were probably the lowest contributors, whatever. Amanda just at the end was like, we want to support you and I love you, and hugged Sierra. But it started with West, like they were trying to sort of work through, like he was getting hate for, like people were accusing him of being racist for like breaking up with Sierra kind of. And he was sort of like, I'm being called this and that. And, you know, Sierra then starts explaining herself, which I just said. And he was sort of like, I wish I knew better. I wish I did better kind of thing. He like said it was like the best he could understand at that time. And, you know, then, man, I don't know, fucking 2 episodes later or something, this like rumors really start, you know, boiling over, and it was not long. I just remember because I had done a podcast with somebody and I was like, yo, West, like I loved him and then I hated him, and he's really grown, and like this show, it's clear they just have such a mutual respect for each other. And I just was, Summer House is special in Bravo shows, and you know, and I still stand by it based on the information I had of 10 years of this show up to that point. And then it was like, oh, and slowly, now it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, like what's wrong? You're not only like, well, you're a lot of things, but also we're slowly realizing like I think you're a moron. What the fuck are you doing? So there's a lot. So I'm going to pause there just in terms of like, because this conversation that Sierra had where she's sitting in a confessional was like not long ago in terms of what was airing. And she's saying, I'm scared for when what I'm saying right now in this confessional airs, how people are going to respond to me. And so to have watched her express that, and then to see the exact thing, and just that's like the littlest part. Like she was concerned about this part, like let alone all the other like betrayal and, you know, psychological warfare, frankly, was like going on. It was just like to see her say that and be so effing open about it. And she like doesn't like to cry and open herself up. And a lot of the criticism, or really the only criticism I think, or at least that I've seen that she had gotten prior, was like, she's so closed off and we don't know anything about her. And she's this and that. And she's sitting here like, actually, no, not really. She's talked about her parents and her parents' relationships and this and that. Like, she's cried off, she's told us as much as anybody else has, I guess, she's only been here for, well, she's been here about half of the series,
Yeah,
season 5.
yeah, that's the series.
But it's like everybody essentially met her at the same time. Like Amanda, Paige, Hannah, Kyle, all these, Carl, everybody, Sierra entered all of their lives at the same time. So that's also interesting. Like, I kind of forgot. I started rewatching old seasons and like certain episodes and reunions, just kind of like remember like issues they had prior, where they all started. And I had forgotten that everyone had met her at the same time. So they all had the same, base and blank slate to start with her and build up since then. And like, it's just to see her be so open and like laid bare about like, I'm genuinely worried for what the audience is going to think of me because of what I'm saying right now, based on how they've reacted to me up to this point, even though I've done X, Y, and Z and been as open as I can, is like why I'm shut down. And so she's like, I'm trying to be more open. I'm trying to be less rigid. This is my goal right now. And then to just, it's just fucked up. And it's, sorry, I'm cursing. I know Mama Star doesn't like that. So. But that's just, and I don't want to like start on a negative note or whatever. It's just like to put in context, like how much she has opened herself up, like, and just I guess as a dichotomy example, Amanda's story and life and personality and vulnerability has only been in the context of her relationship with Kyle. And so we've gone all this time and like now it's sort of like, oh, is this like who you are? Because like maybe we just weren't, obviously you go back and you look at stuff with like through a different lens. Now that you have more information, you're kind of like, that's kind of weird. But like historically, like Amanda's place on the show is through Kyle.
Yep.
And she expressed that in season 9, or she's like, I want to do something that's just for me. And Kyle like no, that was season 8. Sorry, I yelled. But it was because that was when he had his like, well, you know what I want? I want to be a DJ. I want to be a fucking DJ. That was season 8 after she was like, I want to do something for me. And that's how he responded. But anyway, it just shows like all the way up to this point, we've only known her in the context of him. And so now that we're seeing her in the context of like, oh, is this just like, is this how you act like by yourself? Because like, so it's all like, but your voice acting of her was.
I tried because I was like, let's not playing that audio.
It was not. Well, speaking of the audio,
talk about the audio.
Well, if you have questions about it, I listened to it approximately 1,000.
Well, break it down. I broke it down. I listened to it. Well, no, I allegedly listened to it, and it was gone.
Well, everybody pray for me because I'm currently in jail on Instagram because of videos I posted from Coachella. So I can no longer monetize on my account till like July because of like Bieber clips that everybody else has still on their account. So I'm just like, okay, well, anyway, I'm in timeout over there, but I'm still able to post. I just, whatever. I'm like in a bad, they're mad at me. But for whatever reason, this is still up. So just everybody pray for me. Don't be a weirdo. So I mentally, morally was like, okay, well, I didn't record it. I'm just thinking about legally mostly. Now, forget about morally.
Listen, I saw that message from Bravo and I said,
no. Okay, well, here's
here's
the thing though, is that, okay, so the audio got posted. Here's the journey of this audio. Somebody put it up up a WeTransfer, like a download link on Reddit in a summer house sub, like live thread. It's like Summer House Mega Thread part 14. Like every couple days I got to start a new one. So like you're scrolling, trying to find it. And it was around 11:15 p.m. And I hadn't found the link. I had heard like somebody was like, "Oh, have you seen the audio?" And then somebody just sent me the file that they had downloaded. And I was like, okay, but send me a screenshot of the Reddit post of like the link where you got it. Like I would just want to understand what's going on here. So they did. And they're just like a person. They're not a content creator. And they just were like, "Oh my God." Like I just sent this to you. So I'm like, okay, thanks. And I start listening to it. And I'm like, it's almost 3 minutes. It's like 2:45 or something. I'm like 15 seconds in, laying in my bed. It's again on the East Coast. So like 11:30. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like moving my eye. Like it was on my iPad so I could still stay on my phone. And I'm like trying to figure out which side of this iPad has a louder speaker. I'm like, oh my God. So then I'm like, okay, I'll pause it. Let me just pause it and I'll screen record it. And then just like I'm weighing the legal options. But what I remembered was Scandival, somebody leaked the season 10 finale episode of Vanderpump Rules where they had, it was a trailer. It was a trailer that they had leaked. And it was the episode where it was all the new footage after they had like picked cameras back up. And somebody leaked it, but it was already like cut and whatever. And Bravo released their trailer, I think out of panic, maybe sooner than they would have the next day. And there were like very minimal like edit changes, but it was like, oh my God. And you know, this trailer leaked. It was clear that somebody was recording a screen because you could see like the playback, like timestamp in the corner and stuff. And it was like awful quality. But I posted that. A lot of people did. I think a couple people got it taken down, but Bravo didn't say anything about it. But I think that's because it was like a finished-ish product versus like somebody is live in here, like
in that control room,
raw dogging whatever we're doing or whatever. So I'm like, well, I didn't breach their this was published on a public platform, which is crazy because like think about, you know, oh, so-and-so probably needed money. I'm like, but they didn't exclusively give it to TMZ. Like they didn't give it to anybody who has like an ad revenue. You know, method of money making or whatever. Like they just
purpose there.
They put it on a public, anybody could download it, literally anybody. And so I just was like, I decided to post it and whatever. And I did. And I stand by it. I don't listen, but also it's like, I'm feral. We all are. I want whatever I could possibly get. And the reunion was filming yesterday. So it was like, I want whatever I can. But I did.
Break it down. What do you think about it? Like,
okay.
Go from like the beginning to the end. And
yeah. Well, so before I say that, all I will say is you were like, oh, today, Bravo. As soon as I saw Bravo say that, I was like, oh, I'm not going to whatever with the audio. The difference for me is that I was like up all night and saw the audio as soon as it got posted because somebody sent it to me. And then I was up until probably like 5 or 6 a.m. or whatever. I slept until noon. And when I woke up, Bravo had posted their statement 15 minutes before I opened my eyes. So I woke up and I'm like, ugh. So I'm like, this is like all that's consuming me. Anyway, but what do I think about it? What I think about it is, well, like technically or just like narratively?
Both. Both.
Okay. Well, narratively, I think what's important to remember is that it is less than 3 minutes of at least 10 hours of filming. So that doesn't allow. So if, you know, people are like, why isn't Lindsay louder? Lindsay needs to be activated. Okay, well, I'm sure she was.
Yeah.
I'm sure she said you didn't make any sandwiches for her at some point later. Like, and I'm sitting, you know, Amanda, in what we heard, no. Amanda does not sound in any way. She doesn't sound good. But that doesn't mean that an hour later she wasn't sobbing, right? So I don't know. So it doesn't allow us, it's just, it aggravates me when I see conclusions being made. Like observations are one thing, but conclusions are a different thing.
Yeah, we really won't know until we see it. I'm going to watch it unedited, not the unedited, but the uncensored on Peacock.
Yeah.
But until then, none of us will know. And none of us will really know.
Yeah. So I think it's just, the questions I have are, the main one is, what was the reason? Mm-hmm. Literally, though, what was it? Like, what was it? Because it doesn't seem financial. Like, this person had to have walked into their job that day and been like, I'm quitting at the end of my shift. Yeah. Or like, I'm ready to quit. Because it just, the fact that it was on Reddit and publicly downloadable is what is like, you just felt like it. I mean, okay, like our comrade, soldier in arms, or whatever the saying is. I don't know what it is. Like, God bless you. Somebody just said in the comments, TMZ has a clip, so someone sold it. That's neat, but they didn't sell, respectfully, but that's not where it went first.
Yeah.
It was on Reddit. That TMZ could have gotten it from there.
Yeah,
like,
probably.
Like, I'm telling you, anyone could and did download it. Then Reddit, it got like, people are, interestingly enough, like pretty aggressive with like copyright strikes on Reddit. If they see if somebody's team or whatever sees something on Reddit, it'll get taken down. So it got taken down, and then there was like a new post, and that got taken in a new thread. So a couple of people have asked me, like, well, where'd you get it? Because Reddit had it after you. I'm like, I did. Whoa. I'm innocent. Like, all I did that's different from the other videos is I captioned it. I put subtitles on it because I care about subtitles. Okay. That's all I did. That's really different. But what I think technically, though, is I'm listening, once you get past the like, oh my God, of the words and the content of what they're saying, I'm like, well, it's too muffled to be like sitting on a couch cushion next to somebody, and it's too clear to be in somebody's pocket. And even if it was either one of those things, you can hear towards the end, somebody like is reacting with their breath to something somebody said, almost like shh, like giggling almost and saying shh, and they're kind of like fumbling with their phone. And so if anybody was touching anything anywhere, these people on the couches are being filmed. So like somebody would have seen them like moving, even just reaching back. So this whole like, it was definitely Amanda. It was definitely Carl. If you listen to Who's Louder, everyone's like looking at the seating chart. Like, okay, well, this side was louder. So it was obviously so-and-so. It was 100% this person. I'm like, well, okay.
Well, what do you think of that lady who, what's she called?
Oh, I don't want to, okay.
What do you just think? What do you think of her team? Because
a
lot of people was dragging that person.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I don't make content about other creators. And I don't really, the only time I'll like name another creator and I'm saying like Alex Cooper, Nick Viall, I'm not talking about them. They're like big enough. They're eligible for me to like talk shit on their methods or whatever. They're famous enough. But just like people in this space, like I'm just talking about what I'm doing, what I think or whatever. I don't want to get into like the mean girl cafeteria of like Bravo content creators, because that's like a thing that exists. So I'm just kind of like, they're saying this. I'm not going to say it though. And if you follow me, like, you know that I don't. There's certain, like, unless I feel really confident about something, like I don't take screenshots of Dumois blinds. I don't, I just don't. And you know me, like, you know my background. So like, that makes sense to you. So this person, I saw it, and what frustrates me is that I feel like there needs to be more consideration of the way people receive things.
Okay.
Like in terms of, you know, if you're going to put something out, do it with the assumption that people will repeat what you just said as if it is fact.
Yeah.
And they will not take the nuances from whatever you wrote that says allegedly or keep in mind. And my friend, again, not confirmed, they will take the most important
aspect
things and just say it, right? So you just have to, it's like,
because to make that accusation that it was West and he was fired,
I mean, that's I'm sorry, respectfully, that is absolutely psychotic to me to say that as like something you're confident about. And it's like, sorry, I'm getting loud. Okay. I made a video of my like response to this earlier, and I don't really do walk and talk, but I was like agitated.
Oh, I saw
I was
that.
like, and it's just like, you know, same with Scandival, same with anything, same with anything and everything. It's like, but do you actually know? Because like what I ask myself and what I would urge other people to do, and then listen, you're not going to get sued by Bravo if you say like on somebody's comment section, it was definitely West. This is just like a general sort of like life tip, hot tip, life hack, which is it going to materially, tangibly impact your life if you wait to say something you don't know for sure? Probably not. Could it maybe impact your life if you go out and shout in public that you for sure know something that you know that you don't actually? What is the harm in just like holding on until you know for sure? Like, I'm happy to say I'm loving to say what I think and don't and believe and don't and why, but I'm not going to be like, West was fired. And like, here's how I know.
I was just like, that is a big accusation. And
and
out there, you better be accurate. No, not being right won't help you.
The most annoying part of it is that TMZ debunked it. And I'm like, TMZ is spending their time debunking this dumb stuff instead of giving us the scoops that we want. They could have found another clip. Why are they spending their time?
TMZ probably has it all, and it's just waiting.
Girl, why are you wasting your time? Look, you're distracting these people. They're important.
It's important TV that we have to get to. And
anyway, but just, you know, like, this isn't about anybody specific. It's just generally like what I, you know, learned in growing in my career was like, I would have to send out push alerts that you can't edit, you can't delete a push alert. When you get a notification on your phone, there is no way to take it back. And when you're sending breaking news ones, you better be effing sure that you are correct. Because there are two times I sent out something that was not totally accurate, and one of them, or just not accurate, not total, it wasn't accurate. And one of them was something that my boss at the time, I was like super junior, and she was just like, get it now. We need to be on top of this. And I was just like, okay, but we don't know if it's the same person. Like, our whole team is trying to be like, can we just hold on? And she's like, do it. And we identified somebody incorrectly as like his whole family getting killed as like a famous like R&B singer. And it wasn't the same guy. And I'm like, 10 minutes later, we got information that wasn't that. It wasn't whatever. And I'm like, if you just fucking listen to me and held on. And so then you have to send a correction. And I'm like, it's just so much anxiety that I'm like, I would rather be last. That's what I was getting to, is like, there's a lot of pressure to be first. You want to have the scoop. You have like, here's what I know.
Also between like gossip,
but you want to
journalists. There's a difference there, you know. So
Not that I'm thinking about that ever, but it's like, I'd rather be last. I'd rather be last and correct than first. And like, wrong and having to walk it back. And listen, a lot of times people who are first are right. And that's cool. I love that for them. I love that for you. I'm just, I don't have, at this point, I don't, that's just what I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
No hate to you.
Well, here's the thing.
Post whatever you want. Whatever.
Really. Here's the thing. You know more about this than I do. Do you think that
Thank you for listening to my diatribe.
Of course.
Do
you think that Amanda could recover from this?
No.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Well, sorry. Every time I say like a firm,
because remember, she also has the city coming up. So
I know.
Might redeem.
Oh, I know. No. Okay. The city is, in the city, because the Hills already has the city with Whitney Port. R.I.P. That could have been a really good show. Anyway, it's almost what's going on now. I think it will help viewership and interest, sure, as you would assume it would. But in terms of like what you're actually looking forward to watching for people who are already like familiar with it, I don't think it's encouraging. It's kind of like, God, okay, great. So we're just going to watch Amanda and Kyle's marriage fall apart more. And officially, we're going to watch them officially fall apart. And we're going to watch them realize their marriage is over. And then there is a preview where West randomly, like Carl is not part of it. Sierra's not part of this show. This was a spinoff meant to sort of be like about people's like next chapter in life and their relationships and whatever. And, West and Sierra and Carl are not in some next chapter relationship. I don't know what they're.
Okay, so that's why they're not a part of the show.
Yeah. So Carl has a really, really interesting next chapter of his sobriety and this new business that he's opened. And Sierra's fucking Sierra. I'll obviously put a Big Brother camera on her. I'll watch whatever she's up to. West, forget about it. I don't care. Jesse, whatever. Oh my God, fine. But for all intents and purposes, like, that they're not part of the sort of serious, like, adult next chapter. And Kyle and Amanda, day one, season one. Lindsay, day one, season one. I mean, Carl also was, but whatever. Poor Carl. I don't think he's happy about being cut out of it either. I think he's like, I don't think he loves that. And I hate that for him because I fucking love him. Anyway, Lindsay has a child now, and then they brought back, I would love to hear what you think about her. A woman named Danielle. They bring her back.
What season does she come up on?
Oh, girl.
Oh, Danielle. She's her and Lindsay are best friends.
Oh.
I haven't before yet. Is she like not a good person?
No, that's not it.
I'll keep on watching.
Okay. Have you gotten to like, Carl and Lindsay were like gonna get married, right?
No, wait. They in the earlier seasons, right? They were together.
No, girl. No, they dated in like season 4 and then they broke up and then they were like best friends for a long time. And then
what season is this? 8?
Okay. At the end of season, oh my God, I'm thinking to that definitely bone in timeline video I just made. You know what I'm talking about? Definitely bone in. It's Kennedy from Vanderpump Rules going definitely bone in.
Yeah.
Sorry, it wasn't even in that video. Prior to that, like a week or two before all this West and Amanda stuff, I made a video that was like a compilation of all the times Kyle has screamed at Amanda. And I was like, listen, I love Kyle and I think that at his core, he is good. I think at his core, he is a good, caring person. His issue is drinking too much and acting a fool.
Yeah.
But at his, who he is as a man is a caring, loving person. That is what I believe about him. It is what it is. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to pretend like he doesn't scream at his partner, who is a woman, every time he feels like it because he's had too much to drink and he's cranky. And what prompted me to do it was season 10. There is a scene where you can hear him on the mic. They're off cam because they're in the bathroom, and he's like, you stupid effing bitch.
Oh, to Amanda?
Yeah. And he said sorry. And this was weird because West came in the bathroom and like comforted her while she was crying, and nobody really ever goes into their room. Like nobody goes into the master except Lindsay. When Kyle was having a meltdown, she's like, name 3 things you love. And he said sharks, friends, family. And then they went back out to anyway, and then Kyle put out a public apology saying, you know, my behavior, my actions this summer.
He just
back
from the liquor. He does.
What he said was
worse than him.
What he said was my behavior was this summer was unacceptable. So I made a video like, okay, but what about all of the other summers?
Yes.
Because and that's also, people were speculating like they've already divorced and they're just doing this because they like need to stay on the show. I'm like, because they're not even thinking about it comes too natural to them. I'm like, that's because they've had this fight over and over. This is the same fight they always have. Yep. So I made this video. I'll send you the links if you want. But it was just like it's just, yeah.
Wait, why don't you think that Amanda will recover from this?
Oh, well, because we have only seen her in the context of Kyle.
Okay.
I mean, she's had girl friendships, right, with Hannah and Paige and Giggly Squad and whatever. But the tension in those relationships was Kyle. Like Hannah didn't want her to get married to Kyle or whatever. So then they're fighting about that. I think my thing is, we've seen Kyle establish a really personal, caring, meaningful relationships with people, like Carl, who in his lowest moment, which was between seasons off camera because he's his real friend, went when he had been up on a bender all night and been like, hey, I love you and I really care about you and I want to help you. We didn't see that. We wouldn't have known about it unless Carl said it at a reunion. And and they hugged or whatever, because Kyle's not out here trying to be like, I helped you in this. Was he wasted and said, Carl came to work drunk? Yeah, he has done that. But anyway, that's besides the point.
So you think that Amanda won't be able to recover from this because we don't know her outside of Kyle?
Yes.
And the Amanda that we will know is not an Amanda we're going to like.
Yes, because this, especially basically everything all the way up until the last handful of episodes, it's like Amanda's like, oh, she's finally coming into her own. She's clearly so done with Kyle. She doesn't even care anymore. She just looked tapped out because she's just like, whatever Kyle's doing. And it was like, oh, I guess she's really done with it. But up until that point, it was like, Kyle. It was just kind of naggy and annoying, and that's what people feel, and that's fine. But there's also this sort of, when you go back and look with a different lens, this kind of pick me thing where it's the only time she feels flirty and happy is when she's talking to a man who's not Kyle. But so now I feel like, even though I've been watching ever since she showed up on this goddamn show, I don't actually feel like I have a solid foundation of understanding who she is. And every time, friends try to sort of confront her, or not confront her, but sort of it's happening in this season, and before they got married, Paige was like, you don't have to marry him. It's a lot easier to call off a wedding than be miserable in 20 years or whatever. And then now it's Kyle's just oh, lover boy is in the red and we're doing this and that. And Amanda's like, I don't even know. I think we have a shared account. I don't even check it, whatever. And I think prior to Kyle, her dad maybe was in charge of her big girl choices. I don't really know. So we haven't really seen her.
We haven't met her, basically.
Yeah. So now
outside of a man.
So now what's happening is, and also what's effing annoying and disappointing is like, okay, you finally broken free. You're like, okay, now you're just Amanda Batula. You're not Kyle Cook's wife, Amanda. And the first thing you effing do is put out a joint statement with this guy who absolutely will never, ever want to commit to whoever, at least not the next 10 years. And it's we. You have one. This is your first opportunity to be like me. And you're already like absorbing yourself into this. Like, how disappointing for you. But also, separate from that, prior to that, like watching her now is like a woman possessed in like a bad way. Like Satan has taken, oh my God, Nikki, you got to watch season 10. Like the last couple episodes, it's like,
I'm getting there.
She's just like an asshole, dude. It's like, what are you doing? And so now it feels like you just might not have empathy for other people.
Yeah.
Like maybe you're just like not a good person. And we haven't really had enough information to properly evaluate that because it's always been in the context of Kyle, and Kyle's the founding father of Summer House. So we're obviously always going to have more access to Kyle's like feelings or whatever, you know?
So what about West? Do you think that he can recover?
Oh God. No, I don't.
Oh, really? Not even West?
No, because not with the Bravo audience. The benefit that West has, or the thing going for him, is that he has a whole separate audience of sports because of his podcast and like the work he does with Complex. And he has a podcast called Show Me Something with Sophie Cunningham, somebody who,
she plays for the WNBA.
Yeah. Well, apparently she's also MAGA Barbie. Yeah. So, but West's mom is like a super liberal, like OBGYN. He was posting like anti-ICE stuff. He seems to, he reminds me of like I'm socially liberal, but like fiscally, financially conservative. It's like, okay, so your money's not where your mouth is. What the fuck does that even mean? So he seems to be liberal. But when we're watching him in real time and the way he treats women, particularly a Black woman, it's like, oh, actually, no, like, maybe not in practice. You're not really like that. So that's disappointing for a multitude of reasons. But anyway, I was going through, I had never watched this. I don't have any care for whatever. I just was looking for like, I'm doing my investigative work. Mm-hmm. So I went through I was just like really quickly scrolling through his podcast episodes, and the very few times he's talked about Summer House was for like a minute and a half, whatever. And even on the most recent one, which is like the worst one, where he's like, well, we didn't really realize this, maybe becoming something serious until February, whatever. The comments are not about him. They are not about Summer House. They are not
his audience timeline is not good anyway, because there was a girl What Happens Live who was saying that him and Amanda were already
no. The timeline is its own.
Yeah.
But the reason I'm like, well, all I'm saying is that there's not a lot of crossover between the audiences of like the work he does. So like Bravo people aren't really up in the comments of his podcast being like, how dare you do this? Nobody
cares. Yeah.
So he still has that going for him. But in terms of like the Bravo fan, because we already been through it with this guy. We've already liked you, loved you, hated you, and then let you redeem yourself, loved you again, and now here we are again. Really, like we're done. Honestly, it's exhausting. We're done. I cut you out, and then you redeem yourself, and now instead of loving you because you remind me of Robin Williams, now I'm disgusted by you because how dare you dress like Robin Williams? It's enough. So that's where we're at.
Okay, so my next question is, do you think that in the city could survive this scandal?
Well, the city was filmed immediately after Summer House. So Summer House films from like July 4th basically till Labor Day, and the city filmed through the fall. So it was like they're gonna do one of those like handoff crossover episodes with the Summer House finale into the premiere of In the City.
Bravo is going to eat from
girl.
This.
And so it's filmed through the fall, like September, October, November, or whatever. But so Bravo took a while to put out any kind of like previews for it. And it was just these like AI looking ass photos of people on like a New York City bench on the sunset. It was like, what is okay? Like, we know the show is coming. Why are you showing this like slop? Finally, they put out a preview or a trailer or whatever. And there is a 10 seconds or less in it where Amanda is out on the street and she goes like, hey, cutie. And it's West saying, hey, Mandy. So if you see a lot of people saying Mandy, that's why. And they hug. And then like, that's it. That's all we.
Oh,
that's all we.
This. They are.
So that's all we. Because, bro, because
they have to do something for Sierra, because this is going to piss me off. If they
they haven't
Amanda and West to build this relationship on this show, they better do something for Sierra. She needs her own show. If you can give Amanda her own show, let's give Sierra her show.
Well, and hold on really quick in the comments. Don't insult Robin Williams. Oh, I'm not. The shit I'm talking about, West, is because I value and appreciate and love Robin Williams. Just to get that straight.
They said West is SpongeBob SquarePants.
No, and you want to know who else is SpongeBob SquarePants? Michael Rappaport. Somebody said he looks like SpongeBob without water. And if you look up SpongeBob,
oh my God, he kind of does.
Bro, he does. I can't even look at it without I'm like trying to move on so I don't like die of.
And Amaya, West is absolutely going to be in the city season.
Okay. So I don't know, you guys, but I don't know because here's the thing, like West. Okay, so with In the City, let me finish that thought, which is it's like filmed and done and whatever. And of course, they're going to go like re-looking at stuff and editing this and that. I don't know. And so we saw that little clip of them, but there are a lot of new people. Like there's a lot of storylines that seem like we're going to have to follow and watch. And so a big one, though, is the demise of Kyle and Amanda's marriage. And so, and like, well, if you want to come after me, is that a threat? I'll come after you. And it's like, girl, Kyle asked you to sign a prenup. You refused to. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I don't know how much they're going to involve or include the West stuff. I don't know what they're doing with Sierra. I think Sierra needs her own effing spinoff show where she renovates her grandpa's house and go and do that. Or I'm so glad, just as a side note, that Bravo cameras were willing to travel there and like film her. Oh, you don't know what I'm talking.
No, I do.
Okay.
She brought her grandparents home.
Yeah, so it's like a thing on So it's
that I do know about.
Yeah, so it's in this season. I mean, there's other elements. It's like Amanda responded to the news of that and something she was proud of, which she was like not even really sharing. And Mia was the one being like, also, I think it's really exciting that Sierra finally did this thing. And Amanda's response was like, and I still don't even have a house in Jersey, like to Kyle. Like, it just is like, shut up. Like, you literally can't just like
this. Do you think that Amanda is doing this because she's in some secret competition with Sierra?
Yeah, I think she's jealous of yes. Well, and maybe not always, but they're like I said earlier. Remember how I said like Kyle will cry when he sees Sierra cry? So there is a moment in this season where Sierra gets really upset, and then Kyle gets upset, and then Amanda gets upset because Kyle is upset.
Yeah, okay. Now this is making sense.
That, and the crux of what's making anybody upset is West making out with some random at a party. So West's hoe ass behavior started this whole thing, and then Amanda decides to not attack, but be like, how dare you but she's doing it from what she's claiming is care for Sierra. How could you do that when my friend cares so much about you? And this is the episode that everybody was like, oh my God, where I was saying like she was possessed like by a demon, because Amanda was just like all over West. Like it was insane. It was like, whoa, what happened to you? Whoa. So anyway, but Kyle is like, Amanda's screaming at West. Sierra's upstairs like crying or whatever. And Kyle's watching Amanda yelling at West. And Kyle's like, I think why are you, hold on, like just hold on. And they have arguments where Kyle's like, hey, Amanda, stop, whatever. But very rarely is it Amanda yelling and Kyle saying like, whoa, why are you so like upset? Like, calm down. I think you're overreacting. And then if you want to fight about this, if you want to fight with me about this, I'll fight with you about it. She storms off. And then they air a confessional of Amanda saying, whenever Sierra cries, Kyle cries for Sierra. Kyle doesn't even cry for me. Now, there's that. But also,
there it is. There it is.
And like,
wow.
And I any Black women friends I have had the beautiful fortune of having in my life, I have not ever felt the need to like one up myself with them. I just am like happy that they're my friend. Mm-hmm. So I can't relate to this, but generally just as a disclaimer, you guys, like, but generally,
you wouldn't be here if you were.
No, thank you for seeing me. But generally, what the sentiment is like Amanda is like, I mean, forget about how hot Sierra is, like, and I think, and you've talked about this as yourself, as a Black woman, being like, obviously, you're jealous of, we're cool, like we're everything you could ever want to be. Mm-hmm. And so take that and then imagine looking in the mirror and seeing Sierra reflected back at you. I would be insufferable. I wouldn't even want to
how your man responds to her when he doesn't respond to you like that.
Right? So put all that together.
And she's building up this whole thing about Sierra in her mind. Mm-hmm. And Sierra has no idea.
And Sierra,
Amanda ends up with Wes.
Yep. And under the guise of just not even guise of anything, just straight up to your face, a lying denial. And in this audio leak, she says, and this is what's going to piss me off, but it's like, Amanda and West are not equipped. They do not have the tools in their toolbox to deal with this kind of negative attention, right? So West on his own is like, mumble, look at the floor. I feel really bad that I made somebody else feel bad. Like it's really affecting me how bad I feel. Like that kind of, like I never wanted to hurt anybody. So like obviously it hurts me kind of bullshit. That's what he's going to do. Yeah. Amanda though, is Sierra's like, okay, well you did this, that, whatever. Amanda's response, and I know you read the transcript, is like, oh, so what am I supposed to be, celibate for the rest of my life? Ma'am, I'm going to need you to focus. Nobody said that. This is a logical fallacy.
We're dealing with the people you hurt.
Also, like, when is the last time you like looked up a new word in the dictionary? When is the last time you learned a new vocab? I don't know. Like, it just seems like she doesn't know the basics of like you're 34 or something. Like you're old enough to be like, let me work on, even if it's not even working on it, just in the moment being like, is this a proper, fair, logical argument? No, girl, it's not, because she's only practiced arguing with drunk Kyle for however many years, and sometimes a woman in the house or whatever, at least from what we've seen. So Sierra's like, you did this with this guy, you discussed it, blah, blah, blah. And Amanda's like, so what am I supposed to do, Sierra? It's like, no, you're nobody. And Sierra's response was, Sierra was like, nobody said be celibate or whatever you're saying. What I'm saying is there are a million men in New York City.
Why him?
And also a man. Oh, you can't help who you like. Okay, well, somebody in my comments said, what's the difference between this and Jesse wanting to hook up with Sierra, which is a thing that happens in this season. Jesse's always very flirty with Sierra, and Jesse asks Wes at some point in season 10, what would you be okay if me and Sierra, like, if we were drunk and made out? And it's like a whole thing where it's like, Jesse, that's weird, and you're like predicting somebody's going to be under the influence, where like, it was just like kind of creepy. However, he spoke to West about it. And then Sierra and Jesse spoke about it. And then Sierra and Jesse never did anything. So when people are like, oh, what's the difference between Jesse wanting to hook up with Sierra? Well, I'll tell you, they didn't. So yeah, Jesse wanted. So it's like, no, you can't help who you feel whatever for, but you can control how you act on it. Oh, and I don't know, maybe talk to your friend and be like, bro, or I just call it bro, but like, hey girl, girly pop, I'm struggling with this, or whatever. Like, if you talk. I mean,
I don't think I think when Amanda clocked how Kyle was treating Sierra, I don't think she was ever able to make her a friend at that point, because the resentment was so much bigger than the friendship, or what friendship could have formed. I don't think it was in her at that time, because of how she saw how someone she loved responded to someone.
They're not getting to know. Treating.
Yeah. So the jealousy ate her up. Go ahead.
The word resentment, not to give you a spoiler, but there's sort of a West resents Sierra because Sierra's a million light years like top tier quality better than him. And then they broke up, and then everybody hated West afterwards. Then West had to work his way back into the audience's good graces.
It
right?
all leads back to jealousy. Poor thing.
Hold on. So we're working through this. This is on the thing I'm about to say happened on the most recent episode that aired this past week, which was Sierra and West Sierra's like, I don't hate this guy. I'm exhausted of trying to pretend like I hate him, but it's like, I don't want to get clowned again. Like, and West is just coming in her, hey, I still feel really bad about this. Hey, I feel really bad. And it's just like, he won't fucking leave her alone about it. So then Sierra's like, do you want to go get coffee and let's just talk about this? So they do. And at some point, West is like, I see I look at my phone, I can read what's on my phone, and I see all the comments people make, where they're like comparing us and talking shit about me. And so your natural instinct is to start to resent the person that people are like mentioning in context of you being shitty. And I'm like, I don't think that was a natural instinct, sir, number one. But as soon as he said it, it was like, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. He's straight up saying to her face, like, I resent you, but he's using different subjects and objects in the verb.
And basically what has happened to Sierra is that the two people in the house who are jealous of her linked up against her. That's exactly what, and she didn't see it coming.
Dude, didn't see it coming. I just can't wait to hear whatever. I mean,
I'm hoping to be finished with the watch. I'm hoping to be finished. I'm hoping to be caught up by Monday.
Oh my God, really? I was like, oh my God, how long is it going to take? That's like,
no. I'm hoping to be caught up by Monday because I'm on 7 now.
Season 7.
Yeah, season 7.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. That's all. This is making sense.
Yeah, so I'm like watching it through now. But final comment for you. Final question for you.
Yes, and thank you for listening to me, everybody. I know I'm not who you planned on. who you
We
planned
love
on listening to. So
we
thank
love you.
you.
You're Star family. Do you think that Summer House, especially this cast, is going to be able to survive this scandal? Because remember, Vanderpump Rules.
Oh, I
They
remember.
didn't survive that scandal. So
I
what do you
remember.
think what's going to happen with Summer House?
Vanderpump was like, that was my effing show, man.
Same.
I mean, and that was like when my social following started, because I was like, I have like every scene and season memorized. So I was like, I was built for this, you know? So anyway, but that's also what makes it so puzzling is like, you guys watched how people reacted to this. Like, you thought what makes you so different? Whatever. Yeah. And what's fascinating is what makes them different is that, again, they filmed for 10 hours. We heard 3 minutes, but at least Raquel showed up and said, I'm sorry, I'm horrible. I'm sorry, it was horrible. What I did, I wish I didn't do it. Again, maybe Amanda said that at some point. We only heard 3 minutes. But it's getting to the point where people like, at least Raquel said sorry. Like, what is going on? Anyway, okay. I don't think the like main OGs, Kyle, Lindsay, Carl, those are really like the main day one people. Amanda came in like just whatever. I don't. Here's what I'll say. I think the new people this season are the best like additions as a group they've had in a long time. Like KJ, Mia, Bailey, bless her, Levi. I don't know what happened to you. You were supposed to be a full-time cast member. I think you're cool because Bailey's cool, so maybe you're cool. And then KJ and Dara, the new person also this season, he's like still together with, who also was one of West's exes. Whatever, doesn't matter. KJ and Dara are a couple. Like, I think there's like enough of a foundation to carry it into like kind of like a Vanderpump reboot, but not with strangers. But I think anyone who's in the city, yes, somebody just said, I think the people on the city go there. Like, I don't think they're gonna.
Yeah, because I can't see this cast going.
Oh, and then I forgot about the only reason I forgot about Sierra is because like in my mind she's like she's surpassed it or whatever. Like, oh my God, Ariana is the reason I started watching Dancing with the Stars. Now I'm obsessed with it. I'm so excited. Sierra's gonna be on it. Can't wait.
Yeah, she might just be too big for the show at this point.
I mean, like, go do something. Girl, take over friggin' Love Island for Ariana. Like, I mean, I think
her and Ariana did a commercial, and
I know it wasn't like the best commercial, but like,
but it's looking like that's set up, so she might be posting something.
I mean, also, they're so hot. The outfits and the looks that Ariana serves on Love Island, like, bro, Sierra. Sorry,
if they put Sierra on like. Sierra like hosts like some part of Love Island, like Winter Games, something like that. That might be it. Sierra might be too. I either think Sierra is going to either leave Summer House and go to, because I can't imagine her back in that environment.
No.
Too big for the show. Leave the show. Either host some show on Peacock.
Yeah, well, and all this,
or I see her having her own show, her own led show.
Also, this whole time that this shit has been going on, she's on the Euphoria premiere, red carpet, interviewing people, and like, I have not seen anybody do like better, like 5 words or less shady posts, like that are ads. Like her Sephora, she has Sephora ad. Sephora actually rewards loyalty. Period. Like her Laneige lip mask. My lips are sealed, but not for long. Like just so subtle and amazing. Anyway, whatever. She's already. All I was saying is, I know you want to go, but like all I was saying is that she's already like clearly working towards and doing very well and looking very good doing it on these hosting opportunities that clearly she wants to do. And also she's an effing hot model. So And she's
And I feel like Hollywood is like starting to legitimize her outside of reality TV. So I think she might be bigger than the program. Let me answer
I
this
hope.
from Give Me Shelter. Give Me Shelter said, "You're doing great, Christina."
Oh, thanks.
Before you go, are you caught up on From? Do you both watch the series? Nikki, will you review the season? Yes, I'm caught up on From. The new season starts on Sunday, and I will.
From? There's a show named From? Oh, I thought they were leaving something out.
No, Christina, it's an amazing show.
Oh.
Called From. It's like
I thought they were like, are you caught up from season 8?
It looks like that. It's like a horror thriller. It's so good. This is going to be the 4th season. It premieres on Sunday. The 4th season.
What's it on?
MGM, but I watch it through Amazon Prime.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I watch
it.
It's such you can binge it through the weekend. It's such a good show.
But it's scary. Is it like violent?
No. It's scary, but it's like a thriller.
I ask as I'm like, I'm watching the new season of Euphoria. I want to throw up after every episode. I'm like, is it violent? Is it disturbing? Is it upsetting? Well, I'm like barfing.
There's definitely scary moments, but it's more of like a mystery thriller.
Okay.
And I'm going to start those reviews this week, this upcoming week, along with Summer House. That's why I'm trying to like get everything together because I'm catching up on a Summer House. Go ahead.
All I was gonna say is that ever since the public has become aware of what is going on, and specifically in the last like 2 and future episodes of Summer House, or past 2 and moving forward, is like people are like, this feels like a horror movie now. Like, what number of Saw are we on? Because it feels so like Vanderpump was always like crazy and almost like campy. Mm-hmm. And Summer House was like, their reunions were never like the betrayal is not, it just wasn't like that. It was different, I guess. I don't know. And so now it's like people are like, this is like a horror movie. Like, this is what kind of psychological thriller.
I feel like, because from what I'm watching, I feel like this is making the show dark.
Yeah,
I'm kind of used to that with Vanderpump Rules.
Yeah,
but I don't think that.
No, this feels. Vanderpump was dark and like a patriarchy man. It was almost just like we sort of walked away feeling like I effing hate that men are able to exist in the way that they are, kind of fish. This is like, it feels like sinister. Just based on what we know now, and specifically in the last couple of episodes and what's going to happen the rest of the season, it's hard to get excited to watch the rest of season 10 because it's just so like these people are playing in her face like so bad, and it's like, at least we know that she's a shining star and all that stuff, but at some point you're still watching it like, fuck, man, like I don't like this. I cried at the last episode. I hated it because in the moment you can tell that she's feeling positive emotions, right? Or whatever she's feeling.
We're all going to watch it crash and burn.
Anyway.
So final thoughts. Do you think that Summer House, Kyrie thinks that Summer House is getting a new cast? What do you think?
I think it'll get like half of, I think that'll, hopefully their best bet is to take the new people from this season, put new people on with them, and then have whoever's willing to show up, probably Kyle, Carl, and Lindsay will, I think, always be like a welcome in this world. So like they'll come for one day or whatever and be like, hey guys, whatever. I think that's their best bet, but I don't know, but I think they have like a good foundation, and these new people are really good, and I don't think they would like throw them away. But I don't think the OGs are enough of a cast to like build around anymore. So hopefully it'll be some kind of transition. I hope. I don't know.
That's what I think is going to happen, but anything could change at this point. But I think the OGs are probably going to get grandfathered into other things, if not the
Mhm.
city. There's going to be something else that Bravo's going to do with these polarizing characters. But go ahead.
Here is what I will leave you with. You might know this already, but for anybody who doesn't, here's what I will say. Kyle, so Kyle, Carl, and Sierra all have raised tens of thousands of dollars for charity in the immediate wake of this, because it's not even a question to them of how to respond when they know all the eyes are on them, feasting for whatever they're about to do. Kyle's street interview, he's talked on there for 20-30 minutes, and at some point, random point, he goes, it's not just them, it's the whole cast. Carl's a mess. He keeps talking. Everyone's like, Carl's a mess. Carl's a mess. Carl's a mess. It's like a meme now. And within a couple of days, Loverboy put up Carl's a mess sweatshirts, and the profits were going to go to restoration. I don't remember the exact. I don't want to get it wrong. I'll look it up. But it was a charity that Carl supports and runs for with his running group that provides mental health and substance abuse treatment to people who cannot afford it. And they said yesterday, and I'm so glad that they did this, because I feel like you're always in the dark wondering a portion of proceeds will go toward whatever, and you never know how much money. $25,000 donation to this program.
Wow.
From that merch. Number one, they said yesterday, Release Recovery is what it's called. Release Recovery Foundation. So there's that. Incredible. That was within however many, I don't know, less than a month. I mean, less than couple weeks. Sierra, meanwhile, everybody's like, what is she going to post? What is she going to, the first time she posts on her stories, what is she going to be doing? And what she did, the first post was, I didn't see it, but it was protect the dolls, trans, support post. What I saw was the one right after that, which was for the Girl Scouts, but specifically Troop 6000, which is actually the one that I get my cookies from. But Troop 6000, if you Google it, it'll come up if that's all, even if that's all you type, and they fund girls who live in temporary housing and shelters across New York City, and families. And Sierra posted this thing talking about, I was a Girl Scout. Christina, or not Christina, Jesus, sorry. I saw my name in the chat and read my name. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Christina taught me what sisterhood was. No. Girl Scouts. She said, Girl Scouts taught me what sisterhood means, which is also ooh, that's the first thing this is how I learned what sisterhood is. And she linked to it. And so you don't have to buy cookies or whatever. You can just donate to it. And even just me sharing that that was her first post, people in my comments are like, I just donated. It's even just people talking about the fact that is what she posted. She knows people are watching, checking for her. And she chose to do that. Here's the update on her. She posted a couple days ago, $160,000 in donations since she posted about it. And so it's
that's the winning team.
Meanwhile, let me tell you what Amanda posted. Nothing. And then, hey guys, hey, I'm going to start, if you see me posting again, I'm just trying to get back to my normal life for my own mental health, but just know this is still really deeply affecting me. 3 hours later, she's out at a bar drinking with West. It was literally hey, if you see me out, I still feel bad.
Oh, she was preparing everybody.
Meanwhile,
if I look like I'm having a good time, I'm really depressed.
Literally. Meanwhile, and then West was traveling for his sports podcast or whatever. And finally, his first story he posted was with some guy, or not some guy. He's another content creator, but he was just
well, I saw a clip of him and Amanda making out at a baseball game.
Oh yeah, that was recently. I'm talking about these are like their first. That was at a Yankees. That was at a Yankees.
They were like official.
Bro, that was so embarrassing to watch though. Like they both look miserable, and
they knew because he like pointed out the camera and kissed. I'm just like, why is
if you
are making
if you and there are so many things to analyze about that. First of all, put your effing feet down. You got your boots on. Somebody's sitting in that chair. Somebody was sitting in that seat.
It's always who they are.
Then they kiss, and you can see her go, act like you like me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
According to the mouth.
No, I'm not a lip reader, but I can see
they look miserable. I think they're white knuckling through it as far as they can until they're like.
I honestly think this wasn't supposed to go as long as it's going, but I think they're trying to outweigh the backlash and legitimize this relationship, which was just a hookup. Anyway, we have reached our 4 hours. Not at all. Christina, thank you so much for sharing your genius with us. Please join us again when I'm going to be doing these summer house reviews now that I'll finally be caught up. So
I'm so excited to hear what you think when you're caught up.
Thank you. So far, I did not like that Hannah girl.
Oh my God, no. I heard you say that earlier, and I was like,
he was so unwell, and I hated the fact that Paige would protect her. I was like,
they're the giggly squad. They're like,
yeah, I know they have a podcast together, but I was
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I didn't mean to do. I didn't.
I was just like, Paige, that girl is wrong. She is wrong. But I'm glad her not coming back really helped the dynamic.
No, don't bring up my family. Don't you ever talk about my family?
And he didn't. I could see she had me defending Powell. She said you and Luke that entire season.
She said you remind me of my dad, and he's like, "Don't talk. Why are you including me with your dad?
Don't
ever talk about my family again."
And she was just like, "Oh, that's my ex," and I'm like, "Y'all let her call Luke her ex? I cannot." She was so delusional, and they all went along with it. I hated that. Anyway, I will be sharing my thoughts. So I will be sharing my thoughts next week. But again, I wanted to just thank you so much for sharing your genius with us.
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for
give our Star family member, Christina, some love. Thank you, sister. I'll see you next week.
Kick me out of here. I'll never.
I'll take you out. Star fam, thank you all so much for joining me. This was fun. We had a lot of stuff happening. I did not intend for this to be this long, but there was so much to talk about. Like, bravo, what is going on in these reality TV streets? And I just wanted to talk about everything this week because I feel like next week is going to get even crazier. And I feel like the closer and closer we get to this reunion, it's just going to be chaos, and we need to be caught up on it. Anyway, I love you all. I'll see you soon. Have a beautiful weekend. And I will see you Monday for the Real Housewives of Rhode Island and the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Love you guys. Bye. Make sure you check my Instagram and check here because I'll be sharing reminders of the stuff that I will be doing. And this week coming up, we have a lot of new content. So please make sure you support that. Thank you all for supporting my interview with Lanisa Renee Frederick. I really appreciate you guys for showing me some love in that chat. And I'll see you soon. Bye, guys.